Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Here is your Captain William, and your the streamer Movie Williams is back here with another live stream flight today, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful Friday evening. Actually, Friday night for me in my local place. But when you living in a somewhere different time zone or somewhere in a different um, in a different country, it's maybe actually it's actually in the evening or in the morning, Friday, Saturday morning, or Friday evening. But for me, it's Friday night. Local time in my place is 10:37 p.m. And yeah, welcome on aboard here, ladies and gentlemen, with another live stream flight today. I have a special gift for you, a special wonderful news. I downloaded and installed one of my favorite Boeing aircraft that I wanted for so long, and finally I get my wish true. I buy the 787-1000 from the sim market, from the FS20, and it is absolutely brilliant long haul flight. It's this aircraft that was also flown in real life as a passenger. This aircraft is absolutely phenomenal. It's a very long haul flight. With this plane, you're capable of doing a very long haul flight. You can fly almost around the world with this aircraft. It has a range of more than 14,000 kilometers, or more than 6,000 nautical miles. You can fly. This is the very huge range, and I read actually in the internet that the 787-1000 have a longer range than the 747-800. So this is a very big long haul flight for very long flights. That's why this airplane is built for very long haul flights, and it's special because this is the how can I say, this aircraft is the engines are very quiet, not much noisy. The engines are very designed to are very quiet, so when you sit in the cabin and you fly, you doesn't hear a lot of engine noise. And it's the special about this airplane. It is created about special material who makes this aircraft very light. So when you take off, it looks like it's not looking like a airplane who actually lift off. It looks like the wing will be flexing very much out like a bird, because the wing are designed to be a special material. It's actually carbon and very light, I think, material that the plane have 25% or more than 25% reduce it of the weight than regular aircraft. So this aircraft is special. It's very light because the material that the airplane was created is very special material, who is very light, and that makes the plane all in all super light actually for a big aircraft like the 787-1000. And that's why this plane, because of the plane is so much light and have special material that this aircraft is created, it saves much more fuel. So you save 25%. I read something 25% much more fuel than normal regular aircraft. So we are getting aboard. We are flying today with the Lufthansa livery, with the beautiful Lufthansa livery, flying today as will be the Lufthansa 350 on the ATC. Our call site today will be Lufthansa 350, and we're flying today from New York to Frankfurt, Maine. And I have here the flight plan that I actually briefed on ZimBrief. So today we are gonna taking off from runway 13 left, which is this runway. I can show you also on Navigraph, and yeah, we go back in Navigraph, And yeah, we are here. Let me go open. Sorry, excuse me. This is not the right chart. So here, we are actually here on the gate terminal 1, and we are clear. I read the ATIS information that the ATC controller expect us to depart from runway 13. So today we're gonna expect to take off from runway 13. We're gonna take off from runway 13, and then we're going to take off via the Kennedy 5 departure. So when we go in the chart, so this will be this runway 13, we're going to take off, and then we are going to take off via the Kennedy 5 departure, as I said, and follow this route. We're going to fly away from New York, and we're going to cross also, we're going to fly actually south away, very south away from Boston. We already crossed the North Atlantic, and then this is the next waypoint, Toski, and then Nova Scotia we're gonna cross, and we're also gonna cross Halifax, fly all the way to the north, a little bit to the northeast, and then we're gonna fly south away from St. Johnson, entering our track uniform, because today's North Atlantic track for us is the track uniform. So because every airplane, this is also in real life, has their, yeah, especially it pretends which company you gonna fly and which aircraft you're gonna fly. They have their area. They have special tracks for each aircraft that you have to use. If you are a real commercial airline pilot, you have to, yeah, they give you the information which track for this airplane and for your airline you can use. So, but for us today, it's the track uniform, and these tracks are, how can I explain to you guys? The tracks are always have a different place. Today, it's much more to the south, these tracks, and maybe tomorrow it can be that all these tracks can be much more to the north side. This has something to do because of the jet stream. What the international track system actually calculates is the best options to fly into the jet stream, because the jet stream is always coming from west to east. So because you already know, guys, the wind is coming always from west to east, and in this area, so the wind blows always from west to east. And when you fly from west to east, it calculates automatically which is the best track with the jet stream. So when we go here on jet stream, this is how the wind actually drives, how the wind jet stream is drives. And yes, you can see the wind is getting here, and that's why the calculations of it says the best option to reset the track is on this position, because this jet stream is flowing here from west to east. So as you can see, if the track would be here, that would be absolutely inefficiently, because there is no jet stream actually. So the jet stream, the wind from west to east, is for the east track. The best position is here, and the system, the international, yeah, how can I say, the system always recalibrates these tracks. Because the system always recalculate which is the best option, where is the best jet stream, position. And when we're gonna fly on west tracks, the west tracks is much more here, and when you fly from east to west, the tracks are the west track is much more on the north side, and that's the reason, because you don't want to fly into the wind, because if the west track would be here, that would be absolutely fuel inefficiently, and then you would be refueling your plane. You need much more fuel if the tracks would be here. That makes no sense. So as you can see here, you have much more less front wind, and that's why the tracks are calculated. The best option to have the west track is more in the northern for today. But for us, as I said, we're gonna fly on the east track, and we're gonna use we are clear for the uniform track. So after entering a waypoint of the track uniform, which is Omsat, we have gonna fly 70 north, 7030 north, 050 west, and then we are go for 4930 north, 040 west, and this is our length, longitude and longitude coordinates, and 50 30 north and 030 west, and then we are we're crossing all the way to the North Atlantic, and we gotta cross the pond, and then the next waypoint will be 51 north, 51 30 north and 020 west, and then we are getting to our exit. I think this is the second exit waypoint of Adara, and then the exit waypoint of the track uniform is Lekva. And then we enter. We're gonna fly south away from, what is the name again? Yeah, from Shannon, Eastland, and then we are entering the United Kingdom. Gonna overfly the United Kingdom, England, and then we are slowly entering the the northwest side of France. And when we can clearly see, because this is France. Yeah, as we can see, yeah, we're actually not exactly France. Excuse me. We're gonna cross then the from London. We're gonna cross Brussels, and from Brussels we entering Germany, Brussels, Germany, and then we are entering Frankfurt. There is our destination, and our arrival for our ILS. Our arrival will be the income to Charlie arrival. So this is the arrival, the standard arrival route, and it begins from the transition income, and we can see where is income here. So I'm going to make it very quick because we're getting delay here. Income is there, and this is the beginning waypoint, the transition waypoint of the standard arrival income to Charlie, and we're going to follow all the way to this standard arrival route, and then we are following Delta Foxtrot 631 all the way up here to Delta Foxtrot 622. All this waypoint we're going to follow, and then we're going to do a 90 degrees turn, another 90 degrees turn back to Frankfurt. We follow all this, and then we're going to do one more time a right turn, and then another right turn, and then we're going to intercept the localizer runway 07 left for Frankfurt Main. So this is the route that we actually fly for today. The weather looks pretty good, so I actually checked the weather for today. So when we check the weather radar, we have not a lot of CBs, so that means this is light thunderstorm, severe. This is the green means this is light thunderstorm. This is moderated. Yellow means this is a moderated thunderstorm, and red means that is severe turbulence, severe heavy storm. So we doesn't gonna, in a case, in a case that we have an unexpected weather change, and for one example. As a pilot, we never cross this red zone. We always try to avoid this area. The green is acceptable, yellow is also, I think, acceptable, but we don't gonna cross the red zone here because this is heavy thunderstorm. This can be also very dangerous for the plane, and because the plane also have a penetration limits of how the plane can get hit by thunderstorms. So red is absolutely not good, so we always the pilot always avoid this area, but we just can overcross this because this is only in a lower altitude. This this is only when you actually fly much more in a lower altitude, you have to avoid this, but we actually, this is much more under our cruising altitude, so we just can cross that. But in all, we have not a lot of CVs here. The weather looks actually pretty much good, and also here it looks absolutely brilliant, a very clear weather here, and we actually expect also not much cloud. So the cloud cover, let me check, is here. Yeah, actually we shouldn't actually expect a lot of clouds here. Only here we have a cloud rooftop of flight level 370, but here, yeah, everything is clear, cloud weather, so the weather is here pretty clear. And also when I look outside, yeah, it looks almost pretty clear here. So the weather all in all looks pretty good, and I checked also the wind. We have the wind. We have no ice conditioning, and yeah, because it's summertime. And when I check how can I say? I can show you this very quick. So we have, all in all, we have tailwind, we have wind from behind, and that pushing us much more forward. So the travel time is much more shorter, and we're flying much more faster because we have tailwind. And as we can see, we have a tailwind with 50 miles to up to 65 miles, up to 95 miles, up to 100 miles. Yeah, we have very strong tailwind, and that is good. That is much fuel saving. When we have a lot of tailwind, we save a lot of fuel, and we travel very fast, and the travel time, the flight time, is much more shorter. And yeah, it's looking great. So the weather, everything looks perfect for the flying today. And I would say we are, yeah, this is some flight information for you. We are today the Delta 350, and we depart from New York. As we can see, we're flying from New York to Frankfurt. Our alternate airport is Düsseldorf, in a case we can land in Frankfurt. Our aircraft, as I said, is the 787-10. This is the departure date. Our departure time is 2100 Zulu time. This is exactly in 8 minutes. So in 8 minutes we should already actually in 28 minutes we should actually in the air. So this is the block time from the gate. This is not the actual departure time. This time in 8 minutes we should actually, this 2100 Zulu time, that means in local time, this is in 8 minutes from now on. In 8 minutes we should actually already pushing back from the gate and already taxiing to the runway. But actually, because I was getting out and shopping, I lost a lot of time because I was before getting out and shopping something and do some resetting my stream. We getting a lot of delayed, and also because I talked to you and explained to you the flight plan too much, and I didn't prepare so far the flight plan. I didn't prepare the aircraft, sorry, for takeoff. That's why I lost a lot of time. But anyway, this is the planet departure time. I mean the planet block off time and the planet departure time. I can also say here. Departure time is 2120 Zulu time, because we expect that block time is 2100 Zulu time, and that means this is the time that we pushing back from the gate. And this time is actually, this time means we already should pushing back from the gate and ready for taxi, because I always say I need 20 minutes. 20 minutes is safe, 20 minutes to taxiing to the runway. So, but actually it doesn't I doesn't need 20 minutes, because I already calculated it doesn't need 20 minutes, but I always how can I say, prepare for 20 minutes in a case I have a lot of traffic or a lot of or we couldn't take off for some reason, so that we are safe in our schedule time. But yeah, our planet takeoff time is 2120 Zulu time. That is in New York local time, 5:20 p.m. Almost in the evening, late afternoon. And the estimated flight time today takes 6 hours and 53 minutes, as you can see here, also here. And yeah, this is the block time when we actually connect on our destination airport to the gate. And our estimated arrival time in our planet estimated arrival time in Frankfurt is 6:13 a.m. in the morning. Airframe, yeah, this is our registration code for our aircraft. It's not so important for you to know, guys. Our initial cruising altitude, our first initial cruising altitude is 35,000 feet, but before we get to our entry point of track uniform, before we get OMSAT, we're gonna climb to flight level 370. That will be our next optimum altitude. But our first cruising altitude will be 35,000 feet. Our cost index is 160, and the route distance is 3,523 nautical miles. And yeah, this is the average wind, but this is not the initial cruising wind. This is only the average wind. But yeah, the PE is 38, and the instrument standard atmosphere is +7 degrees, and release 1 Eric cycle is current, OFP layout is Lido, and we have pounds calculated, and I've looked. Yes, ETOPS. Yes, ETOPS means this is this how can I say, this circle area. That means this, in a case we have an engine failure or engine fire, and we need to and for one example, this is happening here when we actually already took off, and at that waypoint Husky we have an engine failure. That means in this radius we have we have a lot of option to find an alternate airport. We can also fly back to New York, or we can go to Halifax. So from here we have a lot of alternate airports. And for one example, if we actually have an engine failure just like somewhere here, we are still in this range where we can actually fly back to, for one example, to St. Johnson, or to this airport, Gander International Airport, and and also here, if we have here an engine failure, this is the biggest radius. So from here we have to decide if we continue flying over there. But from here we have also an option to go fly back to the next nearest airport, where we can do an alternate emergency landing in the case of an engine failure or other problems. And after we crossing here, this is from here, and we, for one example, if we have here an engine failure, the best option is not to go back, because from here it would be too far to find in this area an alternate. So from here we have to find somewhere here an alternate airport to land. And then here this is when we have here an engine failure or trouble where we have to do an emergency landing, we have a much more better option, because we're getting much more closer to the country, to the land, and we can do here find also much more closer. We have much more option to find alternate airports. And this ETOPS is for, just like I said, it's for, we have to always calculate which is the, when you fly over the North Atlantic, you always have to calculate which is the, in a case something happening, so you have to always calculate on your current position where you are, which is the best alternate to make an emergency landing in a case when something happening in your current position. And that's why when you fly over the North Atlantic, you always get this ETOPS. But when you fly much more in the countryside here, in a countryside, you don't have ETOPS, because the alternate options is much more higher than when instead if you're gonna cross the North Atlantic. And that's why this is the original. This is also in real life, this with the ETOPS. So that's why pilots also always have to do the ETOPS alternate checks when they cross the North Atlantic. So this is the flight treat for today, and I would say we have enough talking. Let's go on the cockpit and make everything ready for takeoff. So and I forgot to say, guys, today we have 390 passengers we get on board today, and our block fuel today is 101,960 pounds. So this is a little bit more than 50 tons. And the burn at the trip fuel is 84. The trip fuel is that fuel that we need for the route, but we and the block fuel, it calculates with the reserve fuel and for the alternate fuel, because this will be not enough. This 84,210. This is only for the route from A to B. This is the en route burn means this is the trip fuel, and trip fuel means the trip fuel is that we need this fuel for the route, but we also need some extra fuel for takeoff, landing, and also for alternate and go routes, and that's why the system calculates for all of that process. With all the reserve fuel, we have a total fuel of 1,916 pounds of fuel. So once again, just like I said, we have 390 passengers on board, and the cargo is 23,150 pounds. So this is about a little more than 11 tons. The payload today is totally 91,400 pounds. You can self-calculate how much kilo that is, and the estimated zero fuel weight is 392.6 ton, 6,000 pounds of weight for the estimated zero fuel weight. Alright, and that looks good, and we just can minimize that, and we go also over here. We go unload, import from SimBrief that we have new charts for our flight, and here in New York to Frankfurt, this is our flight number Delta 350. That is our flight from SimBrief, and then he gave this Navigraph gives us the charts that we need for our flight. And also what we have to do is go here, because this is not good enough for me. We also need the SID, we need the Kennedy 5 departure, and the Kennedy 5 departure. Yeah, we will see which SID, but in the most of the time, New York is very special. When you Because New York, in the USA, not a lot of airport using, I mean, how can I say? Not a lot of airports using standard arrival routes until to the runway. So standard arrival routes is only for a specific of waypoints only for a short time, and so, in most of the airports in New York, you have to do vectors to final, and it means in Europe, a lot of airports have sits and stars from A to B until you landed. I will explain that in another video. But what that means is, in New York, in the USA, when you fly, especially in New York, there is not an SID for from the beginning of the runway until to the transition. So because a lot of takeoff and final approach what you're doing with vectors. Vectors means you're flying with heading or manually if you can. But in Europe you have full LNAV, so that means you have full standard arrival route from the transition until to your approach. But here in New York, you have a lot of you have only for a specific point. You have the standard arrival, and then the rest you're going to do with vectors. So that's why we, as you can see here on New York, normally would say JFK-5, but he's only say direct to beta after we take off runway 22. But that means because in New York you don't have an SID who gives you for a specified runway from the runway until to your transition. So that means in New York, when you are on the ground and you're going to take off, the tower gives you the SID. That means because this SID in New York is a lot of with heading vectors, because it's a little bit different how can I say, flight takeoff system than we have that we have in Europe. But I can explain that later. So let's go on board here, and this is our departure. This is, as you can see, I expect that we get at the Kennedy 5 departure. So we're gonna take off runway 13, and that means when we gonna check here, I'm right back. Hold on a second. Was actually was ask me something. Okay, once again, if we have to watch here runway 13 right. We're gonna take off, climbing an assistant heading, climbing on assigned heading. That means after we take off from assigned heading, that means when we take off from runway 19 right. So that means there is no normally an SID have from the beginning until where you're taking off until to your transition waypoint. You have a line, a line that you can follow. But this is exactly what I told you guys before. In most of the airport, a lot of airports in USA doesn't have this system of SID where you can take off and follow the line until you get to the transition. So that means after we take off from runway 13 right, we have to follow on assigned heading. That means we have to follow what the ATC gives us for the heading. But in the most of the time, after we can have a lot of option when we take off from runway 3 right. So we can have happy, sheep, or wabe, or beta. This is the waypoints that you are directed. For one example here. I said we take off runway 22 right, but the wind direction was changed and the weather conditioning is changed. So that I check here on VATSIM, when we watch here New York, It says the wind is right now is coming from 160 degrees with 9 miles. Visibility is 10. Few clouds at 1,500 until to 3,000 feet, and the scattered clouds is at 25,000 feet, and the temperature is 26 degrees Celsius, and the altimeter is 3003. And as you can see here, one time again on the 80s information, operation use RNAV or GPS. This is for approach, but as you can see here, they want us departure runway will be 13 left or departure runway will be 13 right, so we can decide which one we want to use. They say 13 left is open and 13 right is open for departure for today. So that's why, but before it was runway 22 right when the previous controller was online, but the weather was changed from runway 22 right until to 13 right. So I can follow anymore this direct route to Bete, so I have to, we have to check, so but anyway, we also can go to Bete if we want, but we have to find out which heading direction the ATC gives us. But we can go, let me check here, what's in radar. See, our first transition, our first waypoint, our first transition for the Kennedy 5 will be Bete. So if we're gonna here, Bete will be here. So this is also fine. So we can take off runway 13 right, and then we would go into Bete. Or it can also say go direct after you take off. Go direct to, for one example, go direct to where we have this. Go direct to, sorry. Go direct not to Bete, go direct to Alpha Charlie Kilo after you take off with heading, and then he says don't follow Bete, you can go direct to Alpha Charlie Kilo. It pretends about the traffic and about the, I don't know the name in English, about the system as a takeoff system, but it looks pretty. We have not a lot of traffic here on Batsy. We're flying online, so you can see that we have only an approach controller who's actually online. And this is our aircraft, as you can see, the Lufthansa 350, and we only have actually at the moment only 3 aircraft who's actually online. Okay, enough talking here, we lost a lot of time. We want to take off and let's go on board. Welcome on board on the Boeing 787 welcome aboard on the Boeing 787-1000, and pre-flight checklist is already done, so we just can go here, system, and then we are going to, I already did the cross-check and reset the overhead panel, so everything is clear here. So we go directly to our FMS, and we gonna, first of all, we go to init page, and we're gonna reset here the position, which is Kilo Juliet Foxtrot Kilo. Enter that, and now we have the current position, and we have to put this position into the active GPS. You have to do this, that the system, the computer, or the board system knows which position. Otherwise, the plane can follow or doesn't know where. This is only for that the plane brain knows where I am actually right now standing. Otherwise, the plane can follow your flight plan because he doesn't know where he is. So before you actually take off, you always have to enter in your airport code, airport ICAO code, and then it shows you the automatically the current coordinate, and then you can click here, and then you're gonna put it here, so the plane knows right now actually where we're standing. But for some reason, hold on a second. Hold on. Yeah, actually, yeah, he knows where we are. It should be. I'm gonna do one more time. It looks like we have some different coordinates. So Kilo Juliet Foxtrot Kilo, and one more time entry. entering that in, and 040 north, 040 north, 04038 north, and west 07346.7. This is the coordinate about New York. So if I click here, it should be actually, or maybe here, I don't know. Yeah, it should be out working, but it's maybe because of the gate. Yeah, this is typically maybe because of we are at the gate. He actually measure automatically that is, yeah, that is the correct position anyway. So because I can clearly see here, so what we have to do here right now is also start the initial reference system. So we're going to start the IRS left 1 and 2, and it takes a while until the system is fully alignment. So that means that the primary flight display and the radar map display will be starting up and shows here. It takes a while until the system starting up, and yeah, the current position is dialed in, and the next thing what we're going to do is go to route, and we're going to let me clear this. And what we're going to do here is to request, just click request. This is a cool thing here, and it takes a while until it loads up. You have to a little bit have patience here. It takes a while. Yeah, and then load and execute. So you can see New York, Frankfurt. This is our current flight number Delta 350, and the flight plan is already loaded in. The only thing what we have to do is the next thing what we have to do is set the correct departure SID and the correct standard arrival and do the leg check and etc. But you're going to see what I'm going to do. Okay, New York, Frankfurt, Delta 350 request is checked. Okay, then we can go to next page, and here we have the routes. We're going to check here. This is, yeah, I don't have to check this. I can also check the leg page, but this is for the first cross check that I did. I usually like to do this technique. So I go here. What you have to do it like that way. So and here we have the flight plan, right? So as you can see, Beta, he only take in the first waypoint, but he didn't take on the SID or standard arrival. We have to do that on ourselves because this is important, because the system can actually load the departure and arrival, because this can always change all the time. So Beta, and then direct to Alpha Charlie Kilo, and then Toski, as you can see here, and then we go via Toski. And then he says North 221 Bravo, which is this one. Hold on a second. I'm a little bit confused here. Why the system? Okay, this is, or maybe this is a diff. Yeah, it's very confusing me because it doesn't shows me the November 221 Bravo, but this can be because this is the name of this coordinate. It makes the November 1221 Bravo. But anyway, so like I said, this is only for make a very quick cross check that the flight plan is correctly loaded up. So. And let me check here, previous page. Alright, November, Beta, Toski, via November 22 Bravo, Umsat, direct to 500 West, yeah, this is this, and then 400, yeah, this is this. Yeah, it's a little bit different, but all in all, the flight plan is correctly loaded up. I already checked that. Then here, 51 dirty west, 51 north, 030 west. This is this waypoint, and then 52. Actually, here 51 dirty north, 020 west. This is this waypoint, but this is 52. It is actually the same, but it can be that the integrated system here have a little bit a small individual with the position. That's why it shows the number. But this is the correct waypoint, so I doesn't have to concern about that. Then the next waypoint is Adara, as you can see, and then Leva direct to Evrin. So yeah, all in all, it is into the flight plan. I do this. This is the first cross check. I already did the quick one. Jetsi, Amful, Kavze, as you can see, Sirik, then via Papa 2 airway, and then to Delta Victor Romeo, and then we go to here to next. Conan waypoint, Cock waypoint, then goes via the Uniform Lima 607 airway to Spy, and then Spy via the Tango 180 airway to Ningwu, and then from Ningwu is going to Tango 847 to Incom, and Incom, yeah, from here the FMS doesn't load more in, because from here we have to dial in our departure and arrival that we want or have to fly. Okay, so for now, we got the first thing. What we're gonna do is go to departure, and we're gonna depart via. I can expect that we're gonna depart via the Kennedy 5 departure, but I don't gonna push that first, because first of all, we have to first load the flight plan into the VATSIM network, and then the tower will check our flight plan, and the agency control will check our flight plan. And first of all, he checks if the flight plan is good and clear, and then he gives us the SID, which one SID if we can use. He can decide if is our SID good or not. So that's why I only put the, especially in New York, first of all I gotta send the flight plan, and then he decide which one we actually, if we which SID we have to use. So what I'm gonna do is only get here BT, and then here, and then we're gonna copy that. We go to flight plan, network, pre-fly on network, VATSIM. And this is for the flight plan. Our call sign is the Delta 350. IFR flight levels, our aircraft ICAO is the Boeing 787-1000 X-ray. Our category is heavy. This is the equipment code. This is not important for us. Transponder is the Lima Bravo 1 Delta 1. That is good.
JFK ground FedEx 278.
Yeah, this is the other aircraft who talking with the controller. This is the thing what you hear in the background.
FedEx 278 standby.
And departure New York to Frankfurt. Alternate airport is Düsseldorf, and our block of time is 2100 Zulu time. We're just gonna leave this. Yeah, I gotta switch to new one. 2200. Yeah, because we're getting delayed. 2200, and our cruising altitude is 35,000 feet, and 35,000 feet, and the estimated flight time is 6 hours 53 minutes. That is correctly loaded up, and we're gonna round it down to 500 nautical miles. That is our cruising speed, and our fuel endurance is 8 hours 29 minutes. So yeah, we have a little bit more than actually 1 hour and 7. We have 1 hour and 36 minutes fuel reserve here from according to the calculated system. This is good. And here, what we're gonna do here is we go here, JFK-5. We're gonna request that the JFK-5 departure we want to use, but the tower can also give us another SID if he doesn't like our departure route. I gonna clear yeah, I'm gonna clear here the remark. No, this is not, sorry, this is the remarks. I'm gonna clear here the remarks, and because this is otherwise very confusing for the ATC controller to read, and it's not very this is only necessary for us but not necessary for him, except if you are flying in a lot of traffic, and or when you're flying, yeah, especially in the North Atlantic, you can actually say what you want. But this is not so important for the flight.
We got the clearance from the approach that's already closed. We request a taxi to 13 right.
And also this remark I gonna delete, and direct to Erwin, and also this remark we gonna delete. Direct to Jesse, direct
you could crop
aesthetic,
13 right, and then...
and also the last remark we gonna delete here.
Would you want to take off from 13 right?
Yeah, this is what was the clearance.
Okay, 1 minute. You could just taxi onto 13 right via Charlie 1.
They want to run that Charlie and Charlie 1, so it's
Okay.
278.
Yeah, this one we have to delete.
278 towers offline.
So, and now the flight plan is correctly reset and loaded here in. What we have to do is do the cross check and look. Oh, sorry, excuse me. We're gonna do here runway 19 right. We're gonna do here JFK-5 beta departure. Excuse me, sorry, it's a little bit different here. JFK-5 beta departure, nice, and then from beta direct to OC. Beta direct to OC, OC direct to Tusky.
Confirm, continue via the
OC
uniform
direct
and
to
the
Tusky,
Bravo
Tusky via
213 right.
November 221 Bravo. Tusky via November 22 Bravo to UMSAT. And UMSAT direct to...
Yeah, apologies, that was my first time. FedEx 278, you could taxi 130 right, runway through 130 right. The
UMSAT is the way, first entry is the entry
uniform,
waypoint of the track
Bravo,
uniform. UMSAT
November, Papa.
Goes to 47
Bravo,
dirty
Papa,
north
121,
050 west. UMSAT 47 dirty north 050 west, this is correct. And then from there, next one is 49 dirty north 040 west. .49 dirty north 040 west, and then comes 50 dirty north 030 west. 50 dirty north 030 west, and then after this comes 51 dirty north 020 west. 51 dirty north 020 west, and then comes direct to Adara. Direct to Adara direct to Levka. Adara direct to Levka, and Levka direct to Evrin. Levka direct to Evrin. Levka direct to Evrin. Evrin direct to Jedzi. Levin, where is it? Levin, where's Levin? Sorry, it's Levin. Every direct to Cheska. Okay, one more time. Levka. Sorry, it's a little bit awful. I know it's, but you have to do that because you want to know, you want to make sure that the flight plan is correctly loaded up. Otherwise, the ATC, you will have a problem because the ATC see a different flight plan that you actually flying. So that's why you want to avoid this mistake. Levka direct to Evrin. Levka direct to Evrin. Evrin direct to Jesse. Evrin direct to Jesse. Jesse direct to Amful. Jesse direct to Amful. Amful direct to Kamze. Amful direct to Kamze. Kamze direct to Zurich. Kamze direct to Zurich. Zurich Papa 2 via Zurich via Papa 2 and Delta Victor Romeo. Zurich Papa 2 via Delta Victor Romeo, and then Delta Victor Romeo via Uniform Lima 9 and Conan. Uniform Lima 9 and Conan, and then Conan direct to Cock. Conan direct to Cock. Cock to Uniform Lima 607. 607 and Uniform Lima 607 to Spy. Spy Tango 180. Spy Tango 180 and 180 to Ninvu. Ninvu via Airway Tango 847 to IMCO. Ninvu Tango 847. Yep, this is this way, Airway, and then comes Incon. income, and then this will be the last transition and last waypoint and the transition for the income to Charlie arrival. Income to Charlie arrival for Frankfurt 07 left. This is perfect. So the flight plan is correctly loaded and set up here for the ATC controller, and the PPN code is correct. The file date is July 11, 2025. That is correct. Registration code is correctly loaded up of the operation by Delta. It's actually Lufthansa, but anyway. And we can view here flight plan. And the flight plan is loaded up, and now we get very soon a beep tone, and that means the tower will be that means the tower is already checked our flight plan and give us the IFR clearance. We're gonna wait for that, but I gonna do anyway. Set Kennedy JFK, which we still can actually runway 31 right, Kennedy 5 departure, and route JFK 5 departure, and runway 13 right. And then from here, vectors, we're gonna expect vectors to Beta, and then we're gonna to also the departure. We can also go for here, that. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. And then from here, we are going to departure arrival. We can set arrival. We are gonna using the arrival for us today. It will be the income to Charlie arrival. So we're gonna skip down.
FedEx 278.
Sorry, was it 2 or 1? Sorry. Oh, income to Charlie arrival, not 1 Charlie.
Thank you for the ATC, and have a good day, FedEx 278.
You too. Sorry about that, bro.
I see right now. Oh my goodness. Guys, I have to go to the data. I see ident is not current, so something is clearly wrong. It's with the Yuli. Let me check right now if the is something with the ICAO code, something wrong. Departure arrival, okay, one more time, is income, it should be right now good. Frankfurt, next, it's income 1 Charlie. Why he says income 1 Charlie? Okay, maybe I have to update the for some reason the ICAO, but I checked the ICAO data. It's actually current. I don't know why. But actually, yeah, ICAO 1 Charlie is the same, it's just like an older name. ICAO 1 Charlie arrival, and I'm gonna use ILS 7 for our final. And now we have to check from which direction. Usually, hold on a second, we coming from the we are coming the Zulu. We're going to do the Zulu approach, I guess. Yeah, because this is the axis. Wait, this is Epsilon X-ray Zulu. So I would say it is X-ray or Zulu, but it's actually nothing with the axis to do. It's about this is a different type of approaches. So, but usually it will be the Zulu approach at the most times so far. I think, remember. So what we're going to do is go to find the charts. I forgot to load the charts in first of all. We are going to do here the we go here do the Frankfurt, go for approach, ILS 07 left, Zulu approach. Let's, first of all, we're going to check. No, this is not the Zulu approach. Let me check, this is not the correct one. Hold on a second. This was my thing. Okay, we're gonna follow all the way to Delta Foxtrot, Delta Foxtrot 66, and then Delta Foxtrot 66. Yeah, Delta Foxtrot 55. So because from here, as we can see, we have to Foxtrot 644, and then from there it looks like we have to expect vectors to final. No, actually, okay, we can from here Delta Foxtrot 644, we can go to Delta Foxtrot 454. Delta Foxtrot 454, yeah, we can do a full line arrival. So what I'm going to do here is go to, we're going to do using Zulu. So then we are good. Okay, Income 2 Charlie arrival actually should be readable here, but it's actually Income 1 Charlie, because this is something, a problem with the ICAO code. So I actually updated the ICAO code, but it's, I think, a trouble system. But it is not a huge deal. It's the same standard arrival, but it's only a different name. It's instead 2, it's actually 1, Income 1 Charlie, but it's actually, our would be Income 2, it should be standing here Income 2 Charlie arrival, but instead that it says Income 1 Charlie arrival. But this is not a huge deal. As I said, this is the same standard arrival, but it's only a different number, because it's not updated, we're a name version. Income 1 Charlie arrival, and then we're going to do ILS Zulu, not center, excuse me, ILS Zulu 7 left. This, going to cross check that, yeah, Zulu 7 left. And then via the transition Delta Foxtrot 454, that is the correct one, because we want to go follow all the way to the Delta Foxtrot, this is the transition Delta Foxtrot 454. So what it does, actually, we're going to follow, this is the standard arrival, we're going to follow all this route here, make a 180 turn back to the airport, and then we're going to do a direct continue to Delta Foxtrot 454, and that means this is the transition waypoint where this where the localizer for runway, the ILS localizer for runway 07 left begins. So actually we are going to here and say see Delta Foxtrot 454, and we're going to set, yeah, we're going to set this one, select select the transition Delta Foxtrot 454, and we're going to check Income 2 1 Charlie arrival, and via the transition Delta Foxtrot 454, that is correct, and we're going to use the ILS Zulu for runway 07 left, and then I'm going to hit execute, and now the flight plan is activated and the whole flight plan is loaded in. So what I'm going to do here is a very quick, first of all, flight plan discontinuity check, but we shouldn't have that. Yeah, from here we expect vectors to final. That is okay. We have to expect, because we can also see a chart from here, we have to expect vectors to final. That is absolutely okay. And if there is no ATC controller, we can still do a direct if we want it. But the flight plan is completely loaded in, and we can check how many miles we have if it's compared to our flight plan. We have to here from according to progress, we have 3,509 nautical miles. This is the whole route distance, and we have 3,509 miles. So we save. Yeah, we're really good here with the mile distance. So this is, so that means the flight plan is correct here. So this is gives you a secure feeling that, yeah, you are not have too many miles. So the flight plan is very good, correct. And now we're gonna do the leg check, correct short check. But before we're gonna do that, we're gonna first of all, after you load the flight plan in, you also do here. We can also refuel the plane. So this is the only thing what I actually a little bit complain about the 787 version of that It doesn't have a realistic refueling system, but the rest is absolutely perfect. But it doesn't have a realistic refueling system. But we're going to use the instant refueling. So for us, flight today is the block fuel is 109,916 pounds. So the total fuel. Where I can actually see the total fuel here. Ah, here. No, this can be. So. Is this total? I don't see here the total fuel. Fuel maximum. Ah, here. Fuel maximum. Okay, we have a little bit too much here. Okay, 101. It says 101. Is this? Here's total fuel 101. Yeah, 101,000. So I would say we give. Yeah, I don't. It's really. This is the thing what I don't like with this system. You have to give him. Yeah, okay. We have 2,000 pounds more. So actually, 1,000 pounds, 1,800 pounds more. So this is about 500, a little bit 900, a little bit more than, a little bit more than 900 kilograms. But this is okay. We have a little bit more than 900 kilograms and some extra fuel. But this is okay because we're flying on VATSIM and we can actually use this. And it's crazy, we only have 46% of fuel capacity on board. This shows you how much more fuel we can load in if we want, because that shows you also this is a super long haul flight. This plane is very capable of doing a very long haul flight. That's why I like this aircraft so much. Okay, 101,889 we have on board, and according to, one more time, going to do the cross check, according to the flight plan we have 101,900. So actually pretty, we have almost 800, so a little more than 800 pounds more on fuel more. So actually 400 kilograms, almost 400 kilograms, more than 400 kilograms, some extra fuel. Yep. This is okay. So our fuel is on board. So the next thing what we're gonna do is actually center the left and right main tank is full, and the center is also a little bit loaded up. So this is good. And now the payload is important. But before we go here, the fueling is here. And the passengers, it also doesn't have a real boarding system. You have to buy a tool for that. And I'm gonna do here for a short time turn off the camera, because I do something that you shouldn't see here. And the good thing is we take part. It's a good thing that we take part very late, because after we level up, I go to sleep and let the plane fly. But in real world, you have to be 2 pilots or 3 pilots for this long flight, because you can't be sleeping, because it's very dangerous. But I think you're flying on VATSIM, I also can't sleep here. So okay, pilot. The payload is actually empty, because we only have fuel on board right now, but we doesn't have here any passengers. And I have to calculate, because this has not an automatic realistic boarding system.
Delta 1859er, radio check.
Radio 5. Radio 5. Maybe it doesn't hear me anywhere. Okay. Oh. Okay. He has asked for tower. I'm very dumb. Okay, pilot. Let's see here. Okay, so because this have not the only thing, you know, normal payware aircraft for the simulator have, the most of the payware aircraft have realistic boarding system, but this plane doesn't have a realistic boarding system, so you have to calculate. Okay, so let's see, the passengers weight is 80 kilograms, so we have 390 passengers are booked for this flight, so 390 passengers we're getting on board today. So we calculate 390 mal 390 80 times. So we have a total weight of 31,200 kilograms. So 31,200 kilograms plus plus 31,200 kilogram 31,200 kilogram plus 31,200 kilogram makes a total of pounds, because we're flying on pounds, not on weight, not on kilogram. So our weight, our passenger weight is 62,400 pounds with all these 390 passengers. So 62,400 on business, and we have to do business, premium, economy. So 1, 2, 3 split, and now we have to calculate 62,400 62,400 pounds split in 3 makes each sector on the airplane a business, premium, economy, and economy class, business class, economy and economy class, premium economy, so from business class to premium economy and normal economy class, makes each sector 20,800 pounds. So we're gonna set here 20,800 pounds. 20,800 pounds, and also 20,800 pounds. Yep. And now we should have payload 91,400, but it's 62,100, but we are good. So passengers, the 380 passengers on board, but I am the pilot. I am actually weighing 100 kilograms, so that will be 200 pounds, and let's see that our co-pilot is also 200 pounds on weight, and that gives us a total payload of 62,800 pounds. And then we are not finished, and then we have to do the cargo. Forward package and forward cargo and after cargo. So the cargo is actually 91,400 pounds. And sorry, the cargo is 23,150 pounds. So I gotta opening my calculator once again, because I'm too lazy to do head calculations. 23,150 pounds split in half makes each side 11,575. This is the cargo weight. Alright, okay, cargo 11,575. Sorry. 11,000, excuse me, sorry,
Good day, Lufthansa 112-5880, make it runway 22 left via Juliet, request taxi to gate.
And that gives us almost the correct weight that we have on the sim brief.
The Juliet, Alpha, cross 4 left Juliet.
Alright, so 11,575, okay, let's check one more time, 23,150. Split in half makes 11,575. and 11,575 second backside, so it's very balanced here. And 200, 200, 20,000, 800, 20,800, 20,800, and that makes a total weight of 85,950. The payload is totally 85,950. So that means we are absolutely very close to this payload that we have here. But this is the problem. This is not the exactly, because this 787 on 1000 is not that 780 1000 version that we're using here. It's also in real life. Not every 787 1000 have the same reference, so you have to check which reference exactly which airplane that you're using. But this, for our aircraft, this is the total weight, 85,950 pounds. And we're going to check one more time. 65 tons. Center tank is fully loaded up. Actually, it's loaded. The left and main tank is loaded. 200 pounds, 200 pounds. And this is the pounds. And this, we can do here, check here everything if that is correct.
And Alpha 115, just confirm you said
so,
what gate did you want us to taxi to?
Fuel, the 101,916, this is the planet fuel, but I load a little bit more. 2,889. This is also some extra fuel because we fly on VATSIM. You also in real life pilot do sometimes when the traffic is high or for special reason they also put a little bit more extra fuel, especially when you have a lot of traffic. So 102,889, and then we have a payload of very near to our planet payload, only 1,400, but here we have 85,950. That is good, and that gives us a total weight of 487,539 pounds, very near to what we have here. So actually everything is boarded, perfect, complete, and then we just can close this. And but it's actually in the plane boarder now. What we're gonna do here is go to Cabby, and this is a very cool AI program. It costs
Alpha requesting IFR to San Juan.
It costs
Delta 1961 Kennedy ground, you get a PRD soon.
This is yeah, I just stop here the radio, otherwise I don't can hear myself. Radio talk. What with this app is gonna cost $30, and it's a very cool app. It's actually integrated your flight plan from SimBrief to here, and the thing what he does is doing the realistic boarding time, sound and animation effect, and also does the announcement, because normally when that means this is very cool tool. It shows you the flight information, so the pilot talks to you're gonna hear the pilot talks to the passengers and give all the flight information. He says, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna fly from New York to Frankfurt, and the estimated flight time it takes etc. 6 hours and 53 minutes, and we're gonna fly on 35,000 feet, and all the flight information this AI gives you, it tells to the passenger. So this is very work relief, so that I don't have to do all the time, because if you don't have that and you do a live stream like me, you always have to do it yourself to give the viewers and the passengers the flight information. So, but that tool does very automatically. You're gonna know what I mean. Okay, Daniel and Jessica, and we're gonna fly and Lufthansa. So the primary language is German and the secondary language is English, and we are flying today with Lufthansa. Oh my god, I say Delta airline. Okay, we are not actually Lufthansa, we are the Delta. This is very terrible. Delta 350. Yeah, actually we are flying on Lufthansa. And Delta. Oh my god, I did a huge mistake. I said Lufthansa 350. Oh my goodness. Now I see why. I have to, sorry guys, I did a huge mistake. I have to refile the flight plan again. Prefile a network. VATSIM again, and I have to change the call sign. because it says that was absolutely super terrible. Call sign is Deutsche Lufthansa 350, sorry, Alpha and heavy JFK Frankfurt, yeah, blah blah blah, 500, looking good, and yeah, I have to do one more time the fucking cross check. Sorry guys, JFK JFK 5 BT, and we have to do all the cross check one more time. BT, and yeah, I have to first clear all the remarks. Alright, and then we have to do one more time the cross check. Okay, JFK, JFK 5 the PT Ok direct Tuski November 221 Bravo Tuski November 22 Bravo Umsat direct to 4730 North 500 West. 5000 West. Okay, I gotta say like this: 4,930 North and 4,000 West. North, 400 West, 4,000 West, and then 5030 North, 030 West. 5030 North, 030 West, and then 5130 North, 020 West. 5130 North, 020 West, and then direct Adara direct to Levka. Adara direct to Levka. Adara direct to Levka. Levka direct Evrin. Levka direct Evrin. Levka direct Evrin. Evrin direct Jitsi. What the heck? Why is two things open? Oh my god. Did I was stupid or not? Alright, okay, sorry. Yeah, okay, now we are good here. Evrin, Levka, direct to Levka. I have to do it one more time. Levka, direct Evrin, direct Jesse. Evrin direct Jesse direct Amful. Jesse direct Amful direct Kavsge direct to Sirik. Kavsge direct Sirik Papa 2 Delta Victor Romeo. Papa 2 Delta Victor Romeo Uniform Lima 9. Romeo Delta Victor Romeo Uniform Lima 9 Conan direct to Cock. Cock Uniform Lima 607. Cock Uniform Lima 607 and Spy. Spy Tango 180. Spy Tango 180 and then Ninvu Tango 847 and then income to arrival. Alright, okay, the flight plan is completely correct this time. It was correct before, but the only thing why I did this, sorry, I lost a lot of time because of my mistakes, and we're gonna say 2200 Zulu time. 2200 Zulu time is our block time. Yeah, let's see let's go for 2300 Zulu time. Yeah, we have still 1 hour from now on. Okay. One more time, Lufthansa 350, I for Alpha Boeing 780. I've heavy, JFK, headed Frankfurt, 300, okay, looking good. And yeah, the rest is okay. 5 flight plan. So the only thing why I did this twice is I forgot to set Lufthansa 350, but I said here because I said here, this is my that was my mistake. I said here Delta 350, but it was actually Lufthansa 350 with the call sign that we want to fly. That was my mistake here. That's why I have to do a refile of the pre-flight so that the controller knows that this is the current call sign for our flight. And yeah, we are going back to now we can just and then he knows we just can cancel. We're going to do import. Now we have to no. Ah, yeah, okay. This is actually Delta 350. I can change that. Delta 350 and from New York to Frankfurt. And Daniel, Jessica, English. Select. Primary language is German, and the second language is English. And we are flying with Lufthansa. Okay, Delta Airlines. We just changed it. I might make a huge mistake. Sorry, guys. Okay, we're going to start, and now it generates the thing here. In the meantime, we can do here the lag check, and what we're going to do, we're going to switch to map. Here, from map to plan. Excuse me, so, and now we can do the range. And now you can hear the beep. We get the clearance here. You see? Let me check why the range doesn't work here. Okay, like this. As you can see, this is the route. The flight plan route is already loaded in. And we're gonna see, we have to get a PDC file, ICARS. And as you can see, pilot alert, main routing, PDC, call sign, Lufthansa 350, equipment, Boeing 787, 10 X-ray, depart JFK, destination Frankfurt, route, New Year, JFK, BT, OK, Toski, November 221 Bravo, Umsat, yeah, and that looking great. 5:30 November 200 Adara, Levka, Evrin, Jetsi, Amful, Kavskid, Sirik, Papa 2, Delta Victor Romeo Uniform Live, Conan, Cock. Yeah, this is everything correct. Normally you're going to cross-check a little bit more specific, altitude that you read it correctly. Altitude flight level 350, squawk is 4024. We get already our squawk. He gives us the squawk. We have to set that squawk is 4024. Remarks cleared. We are cleared via the JFK departure. He says we are getting already our IFR clearance. We are cleared from New York to Frankfurt. We are cleared to Frankfurt via the JFK 5 departure. Fly runway heading. Fly heading 155, maintain 5,000 feet, expect flight level 350, 10 minutes after departure, push and start, plan is in our discretion, advise ATC 121.9 for taxi. So we already get our flight plan clearance from the ATC tower, and he says we are cleared to Frankfurt via the JFK 5 departure, that we actually plan it, and we get our departure route clearance. And he says after we airborne, we should fly the runway. We should fly the heading 155, and then the first altitude that we have to step up is 5,000 feet. And then after we crossing 5,000 feet, we can expect flight level 350, 10 minutes after we airborne, after departure. And then he says we doesn't need to have pushback clearance, because in real life there is also delivery controller, ground controller, and a tower controller, a tower controller, a departure controller, and a center controller. But the problem is, when we watch here on VATSIM, JFK only have a ground and nothing else. And this is because some people have to work. They can do a full ATC. But that's why you have to fly on events. When you fly on events, just like here, you have full ATC service. But right now, for us, we only have a ground controller. So that's why he says, because only we have a ground controller, he doesn't need to have the pushback clearance. We have to only contact him when we already pushed back, and when we are ready for taxi, we have to call him. So yeah, we already get our clearance, so that is wonderful. And then we can here start boarding at 390 and start boarding. Oh no, excuse me, I clicked it twice. What a huge shame. It's always this is very annoying. Now you have to generate one more time. Okay, this is very wonderful, and yeah, and that means we can just go legs, and we can, in the meantime, we just can do here, do the step here. Okay. So first of all, when we airborne, first we're climbing 430, then we're gonna be getting vectors. We're gonna fly around runway heading 155. We're gonna fly heading 155, and then we go to Bete, because our first waypoint JFK is Bete. This is the transition for the JFK-5 Bete, as you can see here. And then from Bete we are going, the next waypoint is Ok, Alpha Charlie Kilo, Ok, yes. And then after Alpha Charlie Kilo, the next waypoint is Toski and Umsat. Toski and Umsat is not loaded in for some reason. This is not good. Okay, maybe it's because it's not in the nav data, but you know what? It is not a huge thing, because normally we should, in real life, we should actually reload this or fix this problem. But I know we are actually we are on course to Umsat, so we doesn't need to do that. So, but actually Umsat, and then comes 4730 north, 500 west. This is the waypoint, and then comes the next waypoint is 40 north, 30 north, 400. Oh no, sorry guys. No, once again. Okay. Tuski. But maybe, well, hold on a second. Maybe we can fix that. This is not good. Okay, we can start in the meantime the boarding.
Boarding started. Good afternoon. Welcome aboard.
Okay. Yeah, this is a little.
Welcome.
Tusky.
Willkommen.
Yeah, okay, we're just gonna leave it.
Willkommen an Bord.
40 north, 4930 north, 50 west.
May I see your boarding pass? Guten Tag.
For 98, 50 west. Okay, this
Welcome
is
aboard.
good. And then we are going. Oh, this fucking system! I
Willkommen.
swear. Sometimes it's so annoying with the equipment that I'm using. Okay, the next thing is 94, 40 west.
Darf ich bitte Ihr Boarding Pass sehen?
40 west is this waypoint,
Darf ich bitte Ihr Boarding Pass sehen?
and then 53 dirty west, 53 north,
May I
dirty
see your
west.
boarding pass? May I I see your boarding pass?
Yeah, it's actually the correct waypoint, but it has older coordinates number, but it's in the same position. And the reason why is that is
May I
because
see your boarding pass?
for some reason the ICAO code on the not the ICAO, what can I say, the AREC code, on the nav data is not updated. The nav data system is not updated, but makes absolutely no sense because I already updated, but it's maybe a bug or something, but I figured it out. But anyway, you just ignore that, don't get confused. The waypoints are the same, but they have different names because the nav data is not updated. Okay, 5130, 5130, 20 west.
Darf ich bitte Ihr Boarding Pass sehen?
Yeah, this is this waypoint. Then after this waypoint comes Adara.
Welcome aboard.
Adara, and then after Adara comes
Welcome.
Levka. Yep.
Tag.
And after Levka, it will come Evrin and Chezi.
Welcome.
Evrin, Chezi, yep. And then after Chezi, the next waypoint will be Kovske and Sirik.
Good afternoon. Willkommen an Bord.
Did I? What the heck? Okay, one more time. Levka. Okay, Levka.
Darf ich bitte Ihr Boarding Pass sehen?
Okay, hold on a second. I am a little bit confused here. Okay.
Welcome aboard.
Levka.
Willkommen.
Why I don't see here Amful?
Willkommen an Bord. Willkommen. Darf ich bitte Ihr Boarding Pass
Okay,
sehen?
Levka, Evrin. Evrin, yeah, Evrin. Jesse, Kovske.
Good afternoon. Guten Tag. Welcome aboard.
Jesse, and then after Jesse, okay, because I didn't assume Jesse, Amful, after Amful comes Kovske, yeah, sorry, I was a little bit confused. After Kovske comes Sirik, yep, Sirik, and then after Sirik comes Nigit, and
Darf ich bitte Ihr Boarding Pass sehen?
Nigit and Pavde. Perfect. Correct.
Good afternoon.
And
Willkommen an Bord. Guten Tag.
okay,
Welcome.
hold on a second. Okay, after Pavde, as you can see, the next waypoint will be then
Welcome.
Hopchi and Zorfe. Hopchi and Zorfe. And then after Zorfe, the next waypoint will be Delta, Victor Romeo, and Conan. Delta, Victor Romeo, and Conan the Barbarian.
Welcome.
Okay, Conan, and then comes Kilo Delta Kilo. Kilo. Then after Conan comes Cock and
Darf ich
Ferdi.
bitte Ihr Boarding Pass sehen?
Cock and Ferdi. And Ferdi,
Willkommen an Bord. Good afternoon.
Ferdi, the next waypoint is Bufal.
Willkommen an Bord.
Bupal.
Darf ich bitte Ihr Boarding Pass sehen?
Bupal after Ferdi.
Good afternoon.
Ferdi, the next waypoint is Bupal and Remba. Bupal and Remba, that is correct. And then after Remba, Spy.
Welcome aboard.
Spy, and then after Spy we get Pezov and
Willkommen.
yeah, I should zoom in, this is so annoying. After Spy comes Pezov and Tobop.
Willkommen an Bord.
Pezov, I have to zoom in.
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
Okay, Pezov and Topop. That is correct.
Welcome aboard.
There's a
Willkommen.
dub up, and after dub up comes Ninvu. Ninvu.
Welcome aboard.
And after Ninvu comes
Good afternoon.
Kulso and Income. Kulso and Income.
May I see your boarding pass?
Flight level 240. We have to expect between 240 and flight level 210.
Welcome.
Okay, we gotta check that later on the arrival chart. After Income
afternoon.
comes Lviv and
Willkommen an Bord.
Emgot. Lviv and Emgot, perfect. Okay, after Emgot,
Welcome aboard.
the next waypoint is Ramop and Delta Foxtrot 431.
Good afternoon.
Good.
Willkommen.
Ramop and Delta Foxtrot 431. And after Delta Foxtrot,
May I see your
Delta
boarding
Foxtrot
pass?
431, it comes Delta Foxtrot 631, Delta Foxtrot 632.
Welcome.
Foxtrot
Welcome aboard.
631 and Delta Foxtrot 632. And then after this one comes Volvo and
Good afternoon.
Delta Foxtrot 621.
Guten Tag. Willkommen an Bord.
Hold on a second.
Welcome aboard.
Volvo and okay, this is a little
Good
bit
afternoon.
Volvo by okay, Foxtrot Mike, okay, Volvo
Welcome.
and then
Guten Tag.
Delta Foxtrot 622.
Guten Tag.
Okay, this is strange.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Ah, okay. Also, hold on a second. Okay, Delta 632, then comes
May I see your
Volvo,
boarding pass? Darf ich bitte Ihr
and then
Boarding
after
Pass
Volvo
sehen?
comes Delta Foxtrot 621. Okay, then we are
Willkommen
correct.
an
Okay,
Bord.
then this is I call code
May I see your
for
boarding pass?
Volvo. Okay, Delta Fox 61, and then it comes Delta Foxtrot 622 and
afternoon.
Delta Foxtrot 623.
Guten Tag.
622 and
Willkommen an
623.
Bord.
That is correct. Okay, and after 623
Darf ich bitte Ihr
comes
boarding
there
pass
is the
sehen?
top of descent. It looks like,
Good
and
afternoon.
then
Willkommen. Guten
after
Tag.
Delta Foxtrot 623 comes Delta Foxtrot 613. And then after Delta Foxtrot 613 comes Delta Foxtrot 612 and
Welcome aboard.
611. 612 and 611.
Good
Yep,
afternoon.
and then after Delta Foxtrot 611 it comes Delta Foxtrot 635 and 636.
Good afternoon.
Yep, and then after 636, Delta Fox 636 comes Delta Foxtrot 640 and 641.
Guten Tag.
Yep. Then after
Willkommen an Bord.
641 comes Delta Foxtrot 642 and 643.
Darf ich bitte Ihr Boarding Pass sehen?
Click, click, okay, perfect. And then after Delta Foxtrot 643
Guten
comes
Tag.
Delta Foxtrot 644.
Willkommen an Bord.
And then vectors to final,
Guten
he
Tag.
says. From here we have to do final, because we have to, no law, we doesn't can do
Willkommen an
here.
Bord.
According to the standard arrival, from here we have to do manually flying like heading, or
May I see
manual
your
flight
boarding
flying
pass?
like vectors to final. Delta Foxtrot 454 comes Delta Foxtrot
Welcome.
454 from here. Delta Foxtrot 644 and Delta Foxtrot
Willkommen an Bord.
454. And the reason why you don't can see here a line is because when we watch on chart, he says from here we have to do manually or like the heading vectors, but not with an LNAV line. So that's why here we have to, from
Willkommen
Delta
an Bord.
Foxtrot 644 we have to expect vectors to final. Delta Foxtrot
May I
644.
see your boarding pass?
Then the next one is Delta Foxtrot
Darf ich bitte Ihr Boarding Pass sehen?
454.
Good afternoon. Willkommen an Bord.
Yep.
Willkommen.
Delta Foxtrot 454, and from there
Willkommen an Bord.
we have to open the approach chart.
Willkommen.
From
May I
here,
see your
as we
boarding
can
pass?
see, we have to go
Welcome aboard. Good afternoon. May I see your boarding pass? Darf ich bitte Ihr Boarding Pass sehen?
Delta Foxtrot 454 and the Delta Foxtrot 453.
Good afternoon. Willkommen. Willkommen an
Is the
Bord.
next waypoint.
Good
And then
afternoon.
after Delta Foxtrot 453, the next waypoint is Delta Foxtrot 470.
Guten Tag. Guten Tag.
Und Delta Fox 170, the next waypoint
Welcome.
is the first waypoint of the final waypoint of the
Good
localizer runway 06 Delta Fox 460. Yeah, and this is
Willkommen.
Delta Fox 460. And then, oh, I open always the wrong window.
aboard.
And then here from Delta 460 goes
Darf ich
direct
bitte Ihr
to
boarding pass
runway. We are from Delta Fox 460. We already intercept the localizer
ich bitte
and
Ihr
glide
boarding
slope,
pass
and then
sehen?
we are flying via the glide slope to the runway 07 left.
Willkommen.
Okay.
Guten
Yeah, okay,
Tag.
this is he shows also the Delta 41. This is only from here. We are 4.1 miles from
May I
away
see your
from the
boarding
airport.
pass?
He shows us this is not a waypoint actually. This
Willkommen an
is
Bord.
information that this is actually a waypoint, but this is actually also a waypoint who shows us that we are
Willkommen
4
an
miles
Bord.
away from the airport. And
Guten Tag.
then from there runway 07 left. And then from after we touch down,
Willkommen.
or if if we don't can land and we have to do a go around or misapproach, we have to follow the misapproach
Welcome.
procedure, the route. So misapproach, climb direct to Delta Foxtrot 363. So when we doesn't can
Welcome
land,
aboard.
we have to go to
Willkommen.
follow Delta Foxtrot 636. Where is that on the chart?
Willkommen.
Or I am blind, or they put that on? They didn't put that on the
Welcome.
chart. Ah, here. Sorry, I was totally bad. Okay, climb
Welcome aboard.
direct to misapproach. Climb direct to Delta Foxtrot 636,
Good
which is
afternoon.
this waypoint. We're gonna check that.
Welcome aboard.
Delta Foxtrot 636, which is the
Willkommen an
blue
Bord.
waypoint here. This is the blue mines. This is for the misapproach
Good
route.
afternoon.
Delta Foxtrot 3636.
May I see
And
your
then from
boarding pass?
there, we turn left direct to Delta Foxtrot
Darf ich bitte Ihr
362.
boarding pass
So
sehen?
from here till this waypoint, Delta Foxtrot 636, and then Delta
May I
Foxtrot
see your boarding pass?
362. Okay, excuse me, sorry. And then after Delta Foxtrot 362,
Good afternoon.
maximum speed that we can use for this turn is 210 knots. Then to Delta Foxtrot 473 from there to this waypoint.
Willkommen an Bord.
Delta Foxtrot 473, perfect. And then
Welcome
the next waypoint from Delta Foxtrot
Guten Tag.
737, we have the maximum speed up to 220 in order to
May I
make
see
the
your boarding
turn and the
pass?
line. From Delta Foxtrot 473, we are going to Tau,
May I see your boarding
and
pass?
maximum speed then on Tau is 250, and climbing then to Tau to 5000
Guten
hold.
Tag.
So from here we have to follow this line,
Darf
make
ich
a
bitte
left
Ihr
turn,
boarding
follow
pass
all
sehen?
this route, and then on Tau we're gonna hold, and then we wait until the tower, if there is a tower or ATC
Guten
controller, he can say if a lot of traffic, we have to hold, but if the traffic is right, he
Darf
can
ich
say,
bitte
okay,
Ihr
you can
boarding pass sehen?
continue your second approach and follow this line again down. Okay, after on Chao,
Willkommen.
we have to Delta Foxtrot 637, we
May
go
I see
to
your boarding
Tau.
pass?
As you saw, from Delta Foxtrot 473, we go to Tau, and we climb up
Good
to
afternoon.
5000 and hold. And this holding pattern here, as you can see, you can also see on
Darf ich
the
bitte Ihr boarding pass sehen?
MCDU, or the on the FMS on the Boeing, and then we have to hold, and then from
Welcome.
here we have to program our second
Guten Tag.
approach with Delta Foxtrot 472, Delta Foxtrot 471, and then intercept the localizer once again and try then the next landing, and then we're gonna intercept for the second
Welcome aboard.
approach. So this is the misapproach. If you can
Welcome.
land, climb straight out, follow all these waypoints, turn and turn
Good
back,
afternoon.
and then go following back to the second approach. So this is the circle route for the misapproach. if
May I
we
see
are
your boarding pass?
if we have a misapproach.
May I see your boarding pass?
And it looks good. So the flight plan is completely
Guten Tag.
checked, and yeah, 5,000 is also
May I see
checked,
your boarding pass?
and looks good. And the flight plan is completely
May I
checked.
see
It's
your
correctly
boarding
loaded
pass?
up. Only
Welcome aboard.
yeah, one error here with the entry waypoint of the
Good afternoon.
of
Welcome
the BT of the
May I see your boarding pass?
once again one loading error about OMSAT, because after Toski we should first have OMSAT waypoint, the entry waypoint, but here when we watch
Good
here
afternoon.
from Toski, as you can see, he goes directly to the directly to the first coordinate of the track uniform. He doesn't go to OMSAT. So he goes directly from Toski
Willkommen an Bord.
to here, but it shouldn't actually go first to OMSAT. But this is happening because it's not my fault, and it's not all the fault
May I
of
see
the
your boarding
the
pass?
sim brief loading. It's a problem because of the IRA code is not updated for some reason. It's so stupid because I already
May I
updated.
see your boarding pass?
I have to update that when we landed
Welcome.
I have to update that for the next
Darf
time
ich
for our
bitte Ihr
next
Boarding
flight,
Pass sehen?
because it's also in real life that
Willkommen.
every month they have new waypoint name or sometimes new waypoints that they put in the international navigation
Welcome aboard.
system, and that's why you have always real life in the real life also
Willkommen.
the
Willkommen an Bord.
the aviation have
Willkommen
always
an Bord.
pilot have always to make sure that the navigation system is updated. But I have to update it next
Welcome.
time. And yeah, but so far the flight plan is
May I
perfectly
see your
loaded up.
boarding pass?
Only one mistake, as I said, but this is not a big deal because we
afternoon.
already overfly OMSAT, and yeah. So this is good.
May I see your boarding
The only
pass?
thing what I can't fly. Normally I should fix that problem, because especially if we have gander control here
Willkommen an Bord.
or oceanic control, but there is no oceanic control in that time, so we can leave this error. But if there is an
Welcome aboard.
how can I say North Atlantic controller or organic or ocean controller
an
here,
Bord.
we should have fixed this problem, because he wants to know when we exactly entering the
Guten Tag.
first waypoint of the track,
Willkommen.
because every track here, as you can see, have an entry
Good
point,
afternoon.
entry waypoint like OMSAT here, and
Willkommen an Bord.
exit waypoint.
Guten Tag.
And what the controller wants to know
Welcome.
when you want to get the clearance, when you because if because
Good
the
afternoon.
you doesn't can just fly.
Darf ich bitte Ihr Boarding Pass
When you
sehen?
when you want to cross the North Atlantic, you have to do a second IFR request clearance, because you're gonna and for when you want to have the
Willkommen an
clearance,
Bord.
he wants to know when you're entering the first entry waypoint and the exit waypoint, and you have to tell him with the time you're gonna arrive the entry waypoint, which cruising speed you want to use for this route, and which altitude you want to use, and when you arrive the exit waypoint. So he wants to know, and the reason why he wants to know is because that he can
Guten
make
Tag.
a
Hier spricht Ihr
safety
Kapitän. Im
traffic
Namen von Delta Airlines
between the
heiße ich
distance
Sie
between
an
other
Bord unseres
planes.
Flugzeugs willkommen.
And here you
Heute
can
fliegen
hear
wir
the
von New
wonderful
York nach
announcement.
Frankfurt am Main. Wir bereiten uns derzeit auf den Abflug vor und werden in Kürze abheben. Vielen Dank, dass Sie sich entschieden haben, heute mit uns zu fliegen. Good afternoon. This is your captain speaking. On behalf of Delta Airlines, I would like to
Okay.
welcome you on board our
Flight
aircraft.
plan is
Today we're
correctly
flying
loaded
from
up,
New York to Frankfurt AM.
and I gotta do one more
We are
time.
currently preparing for departure, and we will be taking
Check
off shortly.
here if we
Thank you
have
for
no
choosing to
flight
fly
plan
with us today.
discontinuity. I gotta check one more time from the beginning. Make a very quick cross check if we have no flight plan discontinuity here. One more time.
Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, herzlich willkommen an Bord. Mein Name ist Jane und ich bin heute eines Ihrer Kabinenbesatzungsmitglieder. Unser Kapitän Mark und der Rest der Crew freuen sich, Sie auf diesem Flug nach Frankfurt am Main dabei zu haben. Bitte
Okay.
verstauen Sie Ihr
And
Handgepäck
then we do
sicher in den
the
Gepäckfächern
final
oder unter dem Sitz vor
cross-check
Ihnen
of
und
no
schließen
flight
Sie
plan
Ihren
discontinuity.
Sicherheitsgurt. Stellen Sie sicher, dass Ihr Sitz in der aufrechten
So, and
Position
now
ist
the thing
und Ihr
is,
praktisch
the whole
verstaut
flight plan
ist.
is loaded up
Wir
and is
hoffen, dass Sie
correctly.
den Flug mit uns
So the next
genießen.
thing what we do,
Danke, dass Sie sich für Delta Airlines entschieden haben. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on board. My
Now,
name is Jane, and
what
I
we
am one
can
of your
do
cabin crew
is
members today. Our
Yeah,
captain,
we're just
Mark,
gonna wait
and
until
the
they
rest
make
of the
the
crew
finish
are
with the
delighted to
announcement.
have you with us on this flight to Frankfurt AM Main. We kindly ask you to stow your carry-on items securely in the overhead compartments or under the seat in front of you and fasten your seatbelt. Please ensure that your seat is in the upright position and your tray table is stowed. We hope you enjoy your flight with us. Thank you for choosing Delta Airlines.
Unser heutiger Flug dauert ungefähr 6 Stunden und 53 Minuten. Das Wetter in Frankfurt am Main ist klar. Bitte denken Sie daran, Ihren Sicherheitsgurt immer anzulegen, wenn Sie sitzen und die Anschnallzeichen eingeschaltet sind. Our flight today will take approximately 6 hours and 53 minutes. The weather in Frankfurt am Main is clear. Please remember to keep your seatbelt fastened while seated, and whenever the seatbelt sign is illuminated.
Alright. Alright. So the flight plan is loaded in, passengers already boarded. So the next thing what we gotta do is go to make everything ready for the takeoff performance and set up the VNAV page. So first of all, we're gonna do here, hold on a second. No, it's the VNAV. What is the next step? Once again, yeah. First of all, we have to do here the performance. Let's go. Yeah, we have to do here the init page. Okay, the init page is the next thing. Sorry. Flight level 350 and the cost index is 160. We're entering that. Cost index is 160. The fuel freezing temperature is maximum 37 degrees Celsius, but we doesn't have a concern that this is
Sehr
only...
geehrte Damen und Herren,
Oh, stop
kurz nach dem
talking.
Start servieren wir Ihnen Snacks und Getränke. Unser Sky-Menü finden Sie in der
Yeah,
Sitztasche.
sometimes this app is annoying, especially when you
Ladies
want to
and
explain
gentlemen,
something. They
shortly
always
after
talk.
takeoff, we'll start serving snacks and drinks. You can find our menu in the seat pocket in front of you.
Alright, okay. Flight on 360, our cost index is, we already set, this is the cost index, and cost index, I don't gonna explain you what it's meaning, I know what is the meaning, but it's, otherwise we lost a lot of time until I explain it completely, but I can give you a short imagination. What is the cost index meaning? Cost index means, this is a number, how fast you want to travel, and the cost index is that type of how every airline and every airline have their own cost index for every aircraft that they have. And cost index is how much they are wanna afford for spending their money. If you wanna travel fast and put some more fuel inside, you have a higher cost index. But if you wanna save some fuel and save some money, you have a lower cost index. So this is pretends how is the airline actually how can I name in English? Sorry, my English is my second language. It pretends how much the airline are actually ready, or to how much money they are ready to spend for the route. If the airline have a high budget, and if they wanted to on this flight if they wanted to make you travel as fast as possible, the cost index is higher. But if the airline have to save some money and they don't have a lot of money for fuel and for other reason, you have a lower cost index. But so far 160 is much more a higher cost index, so we can travel pretty fast. So, and that's why we have a little more higher fuel here. So that's why the system wants to know what is the cost index, and then he actually calculate which will be our cruising speed and everything, etc., etc. But more information about that you can also check on YouTube. Other pilot can explain you much more detail. Cost index is 160, and freezing temperature, it's just like I said, this is the interesting part for those guys. Fuel freezing temperature, I already checked that, it's not important for us. This fuel freezing temperature means this is the temperature that we have to concern about, that our fuel on board is not freezing and getting in ice. So that is the maximum penetration temperature that the 787 can take. So minus 37 is the freezing temperature for our fuel, but there is not such a problem for us, so we just can ignore that. So this is not a huge deal. Center of gravity, we're gonna load that later in, because first of all we have to calculate our takeoff performance. Reserve fuel, that is important for us. Reserve fuel today, we can go here. And as we can see here, finders and alternates, that is our reserve fuel. Our reserve fuel today is 12,395 pounds, so 12.3 tons of pounds, so 12.3 is our reserve. 12.3. This is pretty standard for that long flight, so our calculations will be to them 12.3. And this is our reserve. Our zero fuel weight, we just can click here, is 384.7. It's out. You doesn't have to watch. You just click it, and he actually made the system measure what is our current zero fuel weight. So our zero fuel weight is 384.7, and this is the fuel that we get on board, 102.8 tons on fuel. Actually, 102.8 thousand kilogram. Not kilogram, pounds. Sorry, 102,800 pounds. And we just can one more time check. So we have actually almost 500 kilogram. Much more fuel, actually. Almost 500 kilograms some extra fuel. This is good, 102.8, and our ground weight is actually at the moment 487. 400, and what is our taxi fuel? Taxi fuel is taxi is 1,100. 1,100. 1,000. Yeah, 486.5 will be then our takeoff weight, so this is okay. So everything is set. We're gonna do here one more time. We just can also check here. Estimate takeoff weight is very close to what we have here. Ground weight, I mean. Okay, we're gonna check that one more time. Cruising flight level 350. Yep, cost index is 160. Cost index is 160 here. 160. This is fuel freezing temperature is already checked. Cruising and center of gravity, we're going to set that later. Step is it's a echo, and 12.3 is our reserve fuel. As we can see, 12,300 pounds of fuel is our reserve, so 12.3, and our zero fuel weight is 384.7. 384.7, very close to our sim brief. 384.7 is our actual zero fuel weight, and our log fuel, I already cross-checked that, 102.8, and the ground weight is also cross-checked, 487,600 pounds, and that is good. And now we can go to thrust limitation, and for that we're going to use the takeoff performance. So we have two options. We just can go for, we have here a takeoff performance, but yeah, I admit that this takeoff performance is not very specific, because, or actually it's very good takeoff performance calculator. This is pretty, actually not, that doesn't give us so long. This is actually pretty new for SimBrief. This tool doesn't exist so very long. Alright, so we can go to performance calculation. As you can see, we just have to send output, copy FMC data. So JFK, as we can see, JFK runway 13 right. It doesn't in the intakes we doesn't can use. Conditioning at the moment is dry. So far I remember, the wind is 050 with 7 miles. Is that true? Okay, we go for weather check. The weather is 150 with 9 miles. Okay, let's check that. 150 with 9 miles. 150 slash with slash with. Yeah, this is sometimes very annoying here with this integrated wind typing system. Yeah, 150 with 9 miles. Yep. The temperature 150 with 9 miles. The temperature, the outside ground temperature here is actually where we can read this once again. It's 25 degrees Celsius. So here we're gonna type 25 degrees Celsius. The current altimeter here in the current air pressurization in altimeter is 3003. 30.03, and that is looking good. Our flex we're gonna leave on auto. And takeoff we're gonna leave an optimum. Flaps we're gonna also leave an optimum. Anti-ice we're gonna turn it off. And this we doesn't need it. To climb gradients we doesn't need. Center of gravity I don't know yet actually. Let me check here one more time. This is not good. Hold on a second. Center of gravity. Oh, okay, maybe he gives. Okay, takeoff weight. My brother is. Okay. And this is a little bit confusing because I don't know why, but normally the center of gravity it's actually. There's this actually a calculation system normally who actually measure the current center of gravity. Yeah, that you have with that weight, that current weight, with the total current fuel weight, with the payload, and with the ground weight. It actually also calculates the center of gravity. But instead here it doesn't do that. I don't know if we have to put it in first or. Yeah, it's very confusing here. This is the only thing what I really don't like here on this system. Because in the A320, when I fly the A320, it's very, very specific, and you have this information. But here, but I think I found somewhere this information, but I don't know where it was. Again, route, hold unit reference. Okay, we go to thrust limitation. Okay, and then we're gonna hit. Yeah, okay. First of all, the next thing what we're gonna do is we go to watch one more time. 461, 1,100 was the taxi fuel. That we have 1,100. So I'm gonna exactly calculate what it will be our taxi fuel, our current takeoff weight. So 487,600 minus 1,100. So that gives us a takeoff weight of 486,500. Excuse me. 486,500 pounds of weight, and zero fuel weight. We gotta check if that is correctly loaded up. 384.7. 384.7, that is correct. And ATM, yeah. And now we're going to do here the cross check. JFK runway 13, conditioning is dry, the wind is 150 with 9 miles. 150 with 9 miles. Temperature, it is at the moment 25 degrees, that is correct. The altimeter is at 3003, and the takeoff weight is 186.5. 100 186.5. Okay, 186.5 tons is the takeoff weight. Flap optimum is, rating is, thrust rating is optimum. ATM is here, optimum flaps are 5. Flaps are optimum, NTI is off, and climb radius is set. And we are going to, I'm gonna use also this tool here, 787 JFK. We're gonna use 13 right. Here in meters, we have a 4,423 meter long runway. This is long enough, pounds. And once again, we have 486,500 pounds on fuel, on takeoff weight. Flap optimum, thrust optimum, bleeds on auto, and anti-ice we're going to leave it off. 150 with 9. 159, temperature by 25. Altimeter is 3003. 3003, and is dry. Enable. Okay, one more time. Cross check for 787 10 default. JFK, KJFK 513 right, meters, pounds, 486.5 thousand pounds. 486,500. Flap optimum, thrust optimum, bleeds auto, anti-ice off. 150 with 9, temperature 25. Altimeter is correct, dry, and calculate. So wind is 159. This is our takeoff performance for our registered aircraft. JFK, wind 150 with 9, runway 13, and takeoff runway 420. Takeoff length, runway length is 4,423 meters. Outside temperature 25. Heading is 134 for our takeoff. QNH is 3003. This elevation is 13. Runway conditioning is dry, and 486.5 thousand pounds is our takeoff weight. Flaps auto, thrust auto, bleeds auto, flex ATM is auto, anti-ice off, and our flaps is 5. Flaps 5, TTO2 actually. TTO2 he wants us, and flex dirty. Okay, the only thing what we're gonna, normally I will put this information into the calculation system, but I also have integration calculated system on the aircraft, so I doesn't need to actually follow exactly every information about here. So I just gonna entering the flex temperature, which is, we go ATM and we're gonna set dirty. Flex temperature is dirty, and now we have everything what we need. And one more time, cross check JFK 139, dry 159.25, altimeter is correct, off flaps up, power rating is optimum, flex temperature is dirty, flap optimum, anti-ice off, and 486,500 is our takeoff weight, and our street weight is correct. And then we gonna hit calculate, and 159. Yeah, 159, 163, and 169. V1 speed is 159. Rod take speed when we have to pull back our yoke for taking off speed is 163, and the final takeoff speed V2 speed is 169. Flap 5 he wants us, and DTO 2. I don't know. Okay, this is the flap rating, and I don't know where is the center of gravity. Because usually... sorry guys, I know where it is. This was my mistake. So what we're gonna do here is we go performance, and now we go into frost limitation. We are giving in flex temperature dirty, and outside temperature is 25, and yeah, the climb rate, the 69.4 is the 60. We're going to take TO2, and we're going to say for climb 2 today, climb 2 radians is 5.2, and yeah. Or can we do climb 1? Is this possible? No, this is a little bit high. Climb 69.4, and that looks okay to me. Okay, flex temperature is dirty. Flex temperature is dirty. Frost power, yeah, frost power we gotta leave a little bit higher. Frost power is 69.4. 69.5 or 4, what is 69.4, yeah. 0.4, sorry, 4. We doesn't can change that, because from here we have different information, but this is the end calculation. This system actually does the actual calculation with the actual weight. So we have to actually follow in this. This is only for normal calculation, and the end system calculation with the exactly the frost power that we need for doing our frost power for takeoff and climb. So everything is okay. So flex dirty. Flex temperature is dirty. Flex temperature is dirty, and outside temperature is 35. So flex temperature is dirty, 25. Dirty 25. ADI 5, and then flex temperature 25. Dirty 25. And climb power is 85.5, frost power is 85.5, and then we are going by takeoff DTO2, and climb 2. Alright, okay. Then we go for takeoff. First of all, we go to next page, otherwise we're getting a little bit in trouble. So the wind, takeoff runway wind is 150 with 9, 150.9, no, sorry, 150 with 9 miles, 150 with 9 miles, 150 with 9, and runway wind is 9, treat that. Slope, we doesn't have entry exactly, and here's the interesting part. Frost reduction, we have to check here on the chart. So when we go, okay, we get another beep here. Yeah, some of my friends here is actually calling me. Okay, frost reduction here is Okay, sorry, some kind of nice guy. He actually had a private chat here. Okay, so next thing. Okay, we're going to take off from one way to 13 right, and elevation is 13. So we have to actually normally what I usually do is plus 800. So then the thrust reduction is at 913. So we get here 913. And then we're going to say plus 1000. That makes then total 1913. And then the acceleration also 1000. All the acceleration 1900. 13. Click and okay. 913. Once again check. The elevation is 13 plus 800 makes 813. Oh, I make a mistake. Sorry, 813, not 913. But anyway, we just can leave those on 913, then we are safe in order to level it up from Richard. Okay, 913. Let's check here. 913, 1913, 1913. Okay, the acceleration and thrust reduction is set. 150 with 9 miles, as I said. 150 with 9 miles. The wind and temperature is 25. Alright. 150 with 9 miles, and the rest is checked. So temperature is 25. 25. Okay, that's 25. That's temperature is 25, and then we can just go previous, and then we're gonna enter flaps 5. Thrust reduction is flaps 5. Center of gravity is flaps 5. The flex temperature is, as we said, is dirty. Flex temperature is dirty. TTO2 departure. Center of gravity, we just can click, and he says 22. He actually calculates the correct center of gravity automatically, 22, and that gives us a trim unit of 5.7. We have to trim after the elevation. We have to trim the aileron. So a trim of 5.7% unit. And center of gravity is 22%, and the trim unit, we have to trim the aileron to 5.7 units, and that looks okay. And then we just can put here the V speed on 159, 163, and 169. Perfect. 159, 163, and 169, and then we just can close it. 159, 163, 169. Okay, and this V speed we're going to dial here. This is the takeoff speed. After we take off, we've first speed will be 159, and then higher and higher. Okay, this is just for standard information for you guys. Flaps 5. Okay, flaps 5. One more time. We're going to cross-check flaps 5. Flaps 5, dirty flex temperature, TTO2, center of gravity is 22. Okay, the center of gravity is 22%, and trim unit 5.7, and runway 13, 159, 163, and 169. Oh, sorry, 169, not 159. No, sorry, 169 and 169. 169. Okay, good. Then we can go one more time init, index, init. We can go to performance, and then we can hit here 22. Oh, sorry, 22. So, and now everything information we have 22. We can also put here the 22 in order to make sure, and then we can recalculate. 159, 160, 169. Okay, it's the same. So we have also the acceleration of 1900, and if we go here one more time to the thrust limitation, my calculation was not bad. So take off. So my thrust next it's 1900 is my thrust edge acceleration, and when you see here edge acceleration is 1900, so we are pretty good we was pretty good with our calculations here. 1900 is the thrust edge acceleration, and the thrust reduction is at 1913, 1913, and the rest is correct here. Alright, and then we already checked this. Takeoff weight is once again 468.5, 486.5, and oh yeah, sorry. One more time, because I forgot to. This is very annoying. Because I forget to set first the takeoff weight. 159, 159, 163, and 160. 159, 163, 169. Okay, and now 1900, and everything is correct here. Okay, and looking great. 186.5 is takeoff weight, 186.5 is the takeoff weight, and everything 186.7 is the ground weight, and then we just can go here for VNAV. The next thing is VNAV. So we're gonna flight level, we're gonna say, sorry, I have to zoom a little bit more in here, because it's a little bit. Hold on a second, like this. Okay, flight level 350. Our cruising speed is a little bit high in decimal file. With decimal 850 is our speed on cruising. Execute. Speed is this climb. Okay, speed decimal 850, flight level 350. And optimum is actually 352, but we stay on fleet type 350. Decimal 85 is our cruising speed, looking great. And then the next part is descent. We are descending with decimal 850 slash 290. Speed restriction 250 with 10,000. Let's see if we can do that. Oh no, it doesn't work. This is only for speed restriction if we have income. Okay, this doesn't work here. Okay, then we just can clear it out. This one. Okay, decimal 850 with decimal 85 and the 290 descent. Speed trunks. If not here, that becomes flight level 210. Okay, this is looking great. And then the next ACOST is not really important for us. So the next thing is we're gonna do here one more time VNAV. Cruising speed decimal 85 flight level 250, decimal 850 is the cruising speed in Mach. Decimal 850 is Mach speed that we're flying. Flight level 390 and is our maximum that we can get, but our maximum is flight level 389. But our optimum is 352, but we stay on flight level 350. This is looking great. Then next page one more time. Descent decimal 850 and 290, and the rest we just can leave it here. And yeah, it's looking great. And now the next thing what we have to do is we are almost done to flying, ladies and gentlemen. I know it takes very long. Normally I'm absolutely much more faster with my airplane preparation, but today I actually a little bit slower because I was wasting so much time to explain such a lot of things to you guys, and also I was wasting a lot of time because today I was shopping, getting out, and I also lost a lot of time because I reset all the UBS streaming information. That's why I lost a lot of time. Yeah, we're almost done here. So what the next part, what we have to do is go open the charts, and we have to follow the Kennedy 5 departure, but so far as I know we have no speed restriction because he already say initial climb is 5,000, and then we can expect flight level 350 5 minutes after departure, and yeah, top altitude is 5,000 as we can see. We're going to read this: flight level 13 decline, assistant heading, and top altitude, initial altitude is 5,000, and initial climb and we can follow here Kennedy and then Bete. Okay, this is actually a very easy SID departure route. Alright, then we're gonna check here 400, 250 with 413, and then vectors to our assistant heading, 250 with 46, and then 250 1492, and then OC flight level 350 290, and we already level it off, so this is pretty easy here. Next, and then Toski can go flight level 390. This is looking everything okay here with the speed, with the V speed here. Okay, and then from here we have to open the standard arrival chart. So as you can see, we have to read the chart. Ecom, we have to be at flight level 240 with between flight level 240 and 210. So minimum is 210, but maximum is 240. So we have to be between 240 and 210 at Ecom. But we have to remember that. Remar, because the first waypoint on the transition of the standard arrival is Ecom. Okay, Rimba, and then so we at Spy, after Spy the top of descent begins, and we are starting the descent 290 with 300 flight level 302, and then top up 290 with flight level 293, and then Ningwu flight level 290 284. Next page. And then Kulso flight level 290 253, and then comes income between 240 and 210 as I said. But income, what is this restricted speed area? There is no restricted speed, so we can stay on this 290. I calculate that. 240 with 10 income 290 240 with 10, and then comes LV. At LV we have to be between 220 and 170, 220 and 170 feet. LV 220 to 170 and 290 is also okay. And then comes MGOD. MGOD maximum is 280, so at MGOD we should reduce here a little bit the speed of 280. I'm gonna dial that in 280. And this is good because this is the maximum. We have a speed restriction. At MGOD, and then comes Ramop. After Ramop, as we can see, we have to be at, we can also be lower, but we have to be at flight level 130. Ramop, we have to be at flight level 130, and I would say from here we are going to for 250. With 280 is way too fast then. So we go, oh no, excuse me, clear. Where's the clear here? Ramop, we are staying on 250. Execute that. And then we go next page, Ramop. And then Delta Foxtrot 43, yeah, there is no speed restriction. Then from here the VNAV calculates automatically what is on every waypoint the next altitude here. So we just there's no speed or altitude restriction on that. So from here we're just following here on the VNAV path. So at Delta Foxtrot 431, we have to also, sorry, excuse me. Delta Fox 31, 250, 31, 250, 3, and then do we have speed? Yeah, and Delta Fox 623, we have to be 220. 623, we have to be at 220. Is that correct? Is that 600 svensk? Yeah, 603 svensk. Okay, looking good. 252. We can stay at 250 first. 213, and yeah, there is the speed restriction. Delta Foxtrot 623 220. Delta Foxtrot 623 220 30,000. Delta Foxtrot 613 30,000. Then Delta Foxtrot 613 612 611. Let me check here. 11, and then comes 11, and then comes Delta Foxtrot 635, 636, and 20,000, and then we're gonna start descending. Delta Foxtrot 636, 636, and then Delta Foxtrot 640. Also 10,000. Do we have a speed altitude restriction? No. 40. And then Delta Foxtrot 641, we have to be at 9,900, 220. Delta Foxtrot 641, Delta Foxtrot 642, 643, and 644. Yeah, looking good. To the next page. 3, and then 644, 8,000, and then comes vectors to final after 644. Vectors to final to Delta Foxtrot 454. We have to open then the charts. Delta Foxtrot 545, Delta Foxtrot 454, 5,000. We have to say. Vectors to find Delta Foxtrot 454. We have to be at 5,000, and we're gonna check here what is the distance from here. So 4, 8.5, 8, 9, 10, 11.7 miles. 11.7 miles until to Delta Foxtrot 406. 11.7 plus 15.7 makes 25.4 miles. So we just good here to stay at 220 at Delta Foxtrot 454. 20, and then comes Delta Foxtrot 453, and then Delta Foxtrot 470. Okay, and here it makes no sense that the Delta Foxtrot it be 7,000, so I'm gonna correct that. 220 with /5000. Execute, and then next page is Delta Foxtrot 470. The Delta Foxtrot 470 also 5,000, maximum speed 220. Delta Foxtrot 470 220. Delta Foxtrot 470 225,000, and then comes Delta Foxtrot 460 with 5,000. 460, and from here we are 14.7 miles out, so from here we can go on speed 180. Delta Foxtrot 180, speed 180, and that looks good. And then the rest is check it, ladies and gentlemen. And then comes Delta 460 comes 4.1 miles. This is the waypoint, 4.1 miles. And we're just gonna leave it because after we intercept before we intercept the localizer, we already no longer flying with the VNAV manager speed. Then we're gonna fly with speed selection. Then this is looking good. Runway 7 left, and then comes the runway 07 left. Delta 636, and I already checked that. and we have to climb 5,000 to tau. Yeah, and then we're gonna hold. And the rest, I know, at 4.7 we had to be 220, and then tau we can go, yeah, we adjust 220, and then tau we can go for 250. And then we're just gonna hold there. Yeah, the rest looks okay. So everything is set here. We doesn't have concern on anything here, so we are perfectly fine. So the flight plan is checked, everything is checked here. So we are ready to go here, ladies and gentlemen. So we could do the final call. So we go to index, and we're gonna set all the alternate is Düsseldorf. We'll check that, and then we are gonna do here the position 3511. 3511. Yeah, we're pretty close to this. The resistance is very similar with the OFP. This is looking great. Okay, then we are doing the final call, cross check, identity is checked, position is checked. We just can do one more time the position. Yeah, this is already checked. Okay, then one more time index, identity is checked, position is checked, performance is checked, thrust levers is checked, takeoff approach is checked, and then alternate is checked. Also, we can check here an approach, runway. Oh, this is approach for now. Okay, but this is not approach on the thing here. All right. Okay, it's looking great here. Let me check here one more thing before we're gonna complete here everything. Okay, everything is set. Right. Okay, one more time. Identity check, position check, performance, thrust, limitation, takeoff, check, approach, and then this is good. Okay, from here we are going to do here the init references check. We're going to do the final cross check here, and then the final call. Flex 5 is set for takeoff. Flex temperature is 30. Flex temperature 30. TTO2 departure. The center of gravity is 22 degrees Celsius, and we have center of gravity is 22%, and that gives us trim up units to 45.7, and runway 13 right. The speed is 159, 163, and 169. Perfect. Our takeoff weight is ground weight is 487.6, and our takeoff weight is 486.5. And according to takeoff performance, 86.5, is that correct? For 86.5, and then we'll do one more time the next page check, 150.9, and try at 1930, 1930, that is good. And then we are go to previous, and then we go to VNAV. Cruising speed is decimal 850, and cruising altitude is flight level 350. And this one 850, this is looking good. And then the next page is here is the climb. Okay, the climb level 350 and transition altitude 18,000, this is good. And then cruising flight level 350, decimal 850 is looking good. And then the descent decimal 850 to 90, and the rest looking good here. So one for alternate is checked, and then we are completely done here, ladies and gentlemen. FSCOM do we have here? Oh, this is okay. All right. For position report, we can also do here if we want, but the rest is checked here. So everything is checked, and both init and reference is checked. Route is checked. Departure arrival is checked. Alternate is checked. VNAV is checked. Process proc page is checked. FMS comment check. Hold legs fix. Oh yeah, fix info. We just can do, yeah, fix info is checked, and we can also do here where's the S here? S C horror and okay, oh, we can't do this. Okay. Anyway, fix info is set, JFK, and fix info check, Lex is checked, progress hold, fixes check radio navigation. The ILS for is 111.75 with 66. 11.75 with 66 is set. JFK is also here. JFK, and we can do here the Frederick 150.9. Okay, 150.9 is the same. Okay, we're just gonna leave it that. I will correct that later. But navigation is set. We are completely done here. The FMS is set, and we are ready to go. So in the meantime, we just can do here, close here the progress page, go to menu, and then we're going to turn on the flight director. This is the thing what I always do the first. Flight director is on, and then we can go from menu to map, from plan to map, and the next thing is we're going to start up the APU. And I forget also to set the fasten seatbelt sign on. And return primarily can we also go on, and the hydraulics we're gonna leave it on auto. And we're gonna check if we go to status, and hydraulic pressure is low because the engine is not running. We're going to check here the APU single engine is running up. APU is running up. We wait until 100% PSI. And then we have an enable, actually, oh no, so 100% RPM. So APU is already loaded up. 88 PSI is set, yeah, perfect, and that means we just should disconnect it. Yeah, external power is disconnected, and okay, I start from left to right. Flight control surfaces is normal, that's normal, and IRS selector mode on, IRS on. Battery is on, and EF pause and cabinality is on, and APU is running. APU generator is on. External power left and right, and after external power is disconnected, and generators is on and full position. Battery test, we checked, we have enough voltage. Battery check is checked. FD door power, we just gonna leave it on. Emergency light is armed. Oxygen is set. Window heaters on. Prop heaters on. Actually, primary is on, and then we have hydraulics is on and at low pressure because the engine is not running, and the rest here is all on auto. Passenger sign. Passenger sign is on. Dome and brightness is set. Yeah, we doesn't concern about this because this is the cockpit lights. And we go up here. Ground test is normal. Cargo fire test is set. This is set. With cargo fire test is already checked. The rest we doesn't have to concern that. Engines ignition is on normal. That is checked. Fuel jet system, we doesn't have to press. This is for dump the fuel, I guess, and armed. And yeah, fuel pumps are all off, except that I left after fuel pumps is actually on, because in order to serve the APU with fuel, because this is the single, it's a small single engine who is in the I think in the middle of the aircraft, who actually gave it's a single engine, a very small single engine somewhere in the middle of the aircraft, who actually helps to start the single engine. You need to start the engine, and yeah, fuel pumps are off, crossfeed off, and center tanks are off. So but what we can actually turn it on, because we are almost ready for pushback, and the center tanks are on, fuel pumps are on, left fuel pumps are on, right fuel pumps are on, and center fuel pumps are on. Crossfeed off, balance set, and then we can do wing and anti-ice on auto, and we can turn on the navigation lights, and the rest we're gonna turn. We're just gonna leave it off at the moment. And ELT is checked and set. Cargo temperature is set Bulk is an auto, and air conditioning is equipment cooling system, and radic fans on the air conditioning is auto and on. And the cabin temperature is set. We can turn the packs on, and trim air can also go on. And pressurization mode is on auto, and landing altitude is also an auto. Pressurization mode is an auto, landing altitude is an auto, and wipers both side off. And now we come down here to the lights. Landing lights off, runway lights off, taxi lights off, strobe lights off, and navigation light is on. Logo lights, yeah, we just also can turn it off, but it's actually the weather looks like pretty, yeah, weather looks like a little bit dusk here because of the clouds. So yeah, we just can also do the logo lights on. And nothing logo lights on, but the beacon and wing lights are off at the moment, because beacon lights we can only turn on when we are absolutely ready for push and start the engine, but not before. So everything is good here. Alright, and then what we said was the shift. Okay, so sorry, my some friends like me here. Some person wants to see me here. Alright, okay, looking good. So the next thing what I want to do is to go to, yeah, what was the hold on a second, the iCars fly runway heading 155, fly heading 155 after we depart. Initial climb is 5,000. Okay, 169, 155, and 5,000. That is set. Perfect. And the next thing is we're gonna check the all the system on board. Okay, APU generator works. External power is still available. I don't know why. Okay, this is because this automatically disconnected. Okay, APU generator is set. APU works. Hydraulic is at low pressure because the engine not running. Fuel is balanced, and we still have 102.8. That is good. Fuel is checked. Air conditioning on board is normal room temperature of 22 to 23 degrees Celsius. That is also good. Also, doors is open because we have still the jetway connected. Gear temperature and pressurization is checked. Flight control is checked, and we can just trim the air. We can just trim the stabilizer to 5.7 units. Sorry. .7 units. Okay, this is the closest that we can get. 5.7 units. And the rest of this function we just can use. This is okay, then we can hit once again system, and then we are back to our radar map. And that's looking good, and yeah, then we can actually disconnect the jetway. I don't have the better pushback here, so that's why I'm using the integrated ATC jetway disconnect and connect.
Kennedy Ground DLH Papa Alpha, could you please disconnect the jetway from the aircraft?
And the jetway goes disconnected. Alright, so then the next thing is what we're gonna do here is, yeah, the system is already checked, everything was working normally, and what we can do right now is parking brake is set, and then we just can check here what the frequency is actually looking. Right now we're gonna check is the ATC still available. Ground controller is on 121.9, and we're gonna skip that. Oh no, sorry. 121.9er, and we just hit the clear button. And oh yeah, of course, I almost forget that we have to set the squawk 4024. Transponder. Yeah, it's a little bit difficult because this is my second time that I'm flying the 787, so I'm not still 100%. Yeah, familiar where is where. So transponder is what was the transponder once again? 4024. Okay, 4024 is the expedite code, transponder code. Now we can hit ident. Transponder Captain 4024. Do we set this transponder code correctly? 4024, and then we are good. There's a standby, and yeah, we just set here everything do correctly. Yeah, okay, everything looks good here. Alright, and then when we're gonna make a door check, where are the doors? The door, yeah, the doors are closed right now. We're gonna doors are closed and looking great, so we can just go to system one more time. Some friend is
ground Delta 922 radio check.
Delta 922, I hear you.
Alright, okay, we are ready here for going here, so
Okay, Nico, signing off. Have a good rest of your flight.
so everything looks okay to me here, and yeah, everything looks good.
Ground Delta 922 radio check.
And then we just can do here
Delta 922, do you hear me? I hear you.
the how can I explain the
Okay, Nico, signing off. Have a good rest of your flight.
pre-flight checklist. Okay, we go here one more time to normal menu. Pre-flight checklist. Parking brakes are set, and fuel control switch is cut off. The pre-flight checklist complete, and then we can hit just normal, and then we're gonna do here before start checklist. Flight deck doors are closed and locked. Yep. And passenger sign is on. MCP is set 169, 155, and 5000 set. Takeoff speed, thrust, we just actually said, I know that, but we just, in real life, you're also going to make the cross check if that is correctly on both sides. We just go on here, net. Please return. Takeoff. Speed 159, 163, 169. Yep. Flaps 232, yeah, that's checked, and that we can go back. So thrust speed, takeoff speed is set. CDU pre-flight is complete. Trim units is set for takeoff, and taxi and takeoff briefing is complete. Usually you do the taxi takeoff briefing before if there is no ATC controller online, but we get the ATC. We have an ATC controller, and he gives us the taxi instructions, so we can say taxi and takeoff briefing is complete, and we have to turn on the beacon lights, of course. I always forget that. So we go over hit here, and we hit the beacon lights, and the rest is okay. Okay, landing lights off, runway lights, taxi lights, strobe lights off, and beacon lights and off lights, logo lights and wing lights are off. It's on and wing lights off. Okay, the lights are correctly set.
Kabinenpersonal, Armtüren und Gegenkontrolle.
Alright, and then we said trim is set, beacon light is on. Before start checklist complete. And the next will be before taxi checklist, but...
Meine Damen und Herren, im Namen von Kapitän Mark und der Besatzung möchten wir Sie noch einmal recht herzlich an Bord begrüßen. Wir möchten Sie nun mit den Sicherheitsvorkehrungen an Bord vertraut machen. Richten Sie hierzu Ihre gesamte Aufmerksamkeit auf Ihre Flugbegleiter. In diesem Flugzeug gibt es 8 Notausgänge. Nehmen Sie sich einen Moment Zeit, um den nächstgelegenen Ausgang zu finden.
Alright, and now we
Beachten
can
Sie,
do the
dass sich der
pushback.
nächste Ausgang möglicherweise hinter Ihnen befindet. Sollte es in der Kabine zu einem plötzlichen Druckverlust kommen, bleiben Sie ruhig und achten Sie auf die Anweisungen des Kabinenpersonals. Sauerstoffmasken fallen von über Ihrem Sitz herunter. Legen Sie die Maske wie folgt über Mund und Nase.
1, 2,
Ziehen
3,
Sie am
4.
Riemen, um die Maske festzuziehen. Wenn Sie mit Kindern reisen, stellen Sie sicher, dass Sie zuerst Ihre eigene
Okay,
Maske
doors
anlegen,
closed.
bevor Sie Ihren Kindern helfen. Lassen Sie im unwahrscheinlichen Fall einer Notlandung und
Alright,
Evakuierung
okay,
Ihr Handgepäck
and
zurück.
gear and pins are
Unter Ihren
removed.
Sitzen befinden sich Rettungswesten und eine Notbeleuchtung führt Sie zum nächstgelegenen Ausgang. Wir bitten Sie, während des Fluges darauf zu achten, dass das gesamte Handgepäck
Yeah,
sicher
gear and
verstaut
pins are
ist.
removed.
Während wir auf den Abflug warten, nehmen Sie sich bitte einen Moment Zeit und überprüfen Sie die Sicherheitsdatenkarte in der Sitztasche
Yeah,
vor
because I
Ihnen.
don't have
Vielen Dank für Ihre
integrated
Aufmerksamkeit.
better pushback system, I have to watch
Ladies
very
and
carefully.
gentlemen, on behalf of the crew, I ask that you please direct your attention to the crew members as we review the emergency procedures. There are 8 emergency exits on this aircraft.
Alright,
Take a minute to
and we
locate
are
the
ready
exit
for
closest to
pushback.
you. Note that the nearest exit may be behind you. Should the cabin experience sudden pressure loss, stay calm and listen for instructions from the cabin crew. Oxygen masks will drop down from above your seat. Place the mask over your mouth and nose, like this. Pull the strap to tighten it. If you are traveling with children, make sure that
Kennedy
your
ground
own
DLH
mask is on
Papa Alpha
first before
requesting
helping your
pushback.
children. In the unlikely event of an emergency landing and evacuation, leave your carry-on items behind. Life rafts are located below your seats, and emergency lighting will lead you to your closest exit. We ask that you make sure that all carry-on luggage is stowed away safely during
And
the
now I
flight.
can turn
While
on
we
my
wait for takeoff, please take a
face
moment
camera.
to review the safety data card in the seat pocket in front of you. Thank you for your attention.
Alright, so now you see me again. I did turn off the camera before so that I can actually concentrate on my... Yeah, I did some things that I can let you see before, and I also could better concentrate on my preparing time here on the cockpit. So we just can, because this is not a very good pushback system, I don't have a better pushback, so I go check if the pushback dock is connected. It is actually, and then we are just saying we want to push back. Yeah, I have to look here. We have to go one more time on the cockpit first. Release parking brakes, because in real life or in a better pushback tool, we will say we are actually pushback tool is connected. Please release parking brake. But oh, excuse me. Why he actually start pushback without permission? I pushback to left. Okay.
Kennedy ground DLH Papa Alpha requesting pushback tug to steer the aircraft to the left.
Oh no. Oh no. Why? Yeah, this is why I hate this. I hate this.
Kennedy ground DLH Papa Alpha requesting pushback tug to steer the aircraft to the right.
DLH Papa Alpha, your request has been transmitted.
Alright, okay, now we are good here. And then we're gonna start. We're gonna start here, engine number 1. But I have to keep an eye on the pushback, because this is not a professional pushback tool, so he doesn't see the end of the pushback line, otherwise we hitting a building here. This is the default pushback system. It's a very catastrophic, and I don't know why the hold on a second. Yeah, I would say we're gonna stop right now here. Pushback stopped.
Kennedy ground DLH Papa Alpha requesting the end of pushback.
DLH Papa Alpha, request to end pushback received.
And fuel. And 2 was already right. Engine is running. Engine is engine number 2 is rising up. Sorry, it's not running. But why he says checklist is normal menu? Okay, before taxi. Yeah, we know. Alright, okay, engine number 1 is running. And then we can start engine number 1. We watch on N2 and engine temperature and N1. And also N3. Until to 22% or 20, we're gonna kick in fuel right now. And 2 is rising up, and 3 also, engine temperature is coming, and 1 slowly rising up. Alright, and 1 is coming, engine temperature, and 2 is also rising up, and 3 is there, fuel is there, oil pressure is there, oil temperature, oil quantity, and pipe is there. So everything is running normally, and it's, we have a clean start. We're waiting until the running is getting off here. And then we just can packs are on, and then let's see here. We just, yeah, everything runs. Oh, what? Oh yeah, of course it runs. Yeah, because we forgot to set the parking brakes. Or sorry, my bad. And then we can turn on the TCOS to XPDR. TCOS is on standby still, so I do the range. And then we can hit, we're going to check all the system first of all. Engine thrust levers running normally, and 1 is running normal. Engine temperature running normal, and 2 is running normal, and 3 looking good. Fuel, oil pressure, oil temperature, oil quantity, and pipe is running normal. I'm going to do the system check one more time. Electrical, oh yeah, of course, we just also can disconnect the APU because engine already running. Yeah, as you can see, hydraulic pressure is there, quantity is there, and APU is getting off. That is good. Once again, electrical will supply from the engines right now. That is good. Hydraulic, as I said, hydraulic is there, pressurization is there, quantity is there, everything green. Fuel is balanced, and we are still in our fuel planning here. We are still in our fuel. Air temperature is normal temperature of 22 degrees. Doors all closed. Doors are closed, and in the gears are pressurization and is there. Flight controls now check. Full up, full down, neutralized, full left, full right, and neutralized. Rudder, full left, full right, and neutralized. Alright, everything works. And these 3 options here, we doesn't can use status, and then we're gonna click one more time system, and the rest is okay. So we're gonna go here, and I'm gonna do here a very quick cross check that everything is correctly set on the MC, on the ORA panel. Looking great, normal. Okay, spouse on, batteries on, APU's off, generator set, external power, and after external power available, the lights are extinguished. That is good. Generator set. Looking great. Flat floor. That's looking very emergency light is on. Blah blah blah. Window heater are set. Primary is set. Hydraulics, engine 1 and 2 is on, and hydraulic is on auto. Passenger side is on. Perfect. Then we go here. That is already checked. Cargo is flight test is also set, checked. Normal on the ignition, and all fuel pumps are on. Central fuel pumps also on. Crossfeed off, and it's balanced. Wing anti-ice and engine anti-ice is on auto, and then we have beacon lights, navigation lights, logo lights on, and wing lights off, and this checked. Cargo temperature is selected. Normal, and air conditioning, quick cooling, and rake fans are set auto and on, and fans here, air conditioning set on is set. Packs are left and right as on auto, and trim air is on. Pressurization mode selector on auto, and landing elevation is also on auto set. Wipers both off, and then we can hear landing lights off, runway lights off, taxi lights off, and strobe lights off. And we only hit the taxi lights on when we get the clearance for taxi, and we can do that right now. Okay, we have, oh, actually the tower is offline. I mean the ground delivery is, ground controller is offline. Okay, then we have to do the taxi briefing very quick, and let's check here. So first of all, I have to check the weather. If we still, yeah, we can still land. The wind is 140 with 8 miles, visibility 10, broken clouds 1100, temperature is 2422, and the altimeter is 3004. And we are just, let me give, I have to note that, so we have to take off runway 13. So we are exiting on, taxiing via Mike Alpha, which is here, and then we're gonna taxiing via Alpha, and then Quebec, and follow away all the Quebec, and we just also can go on Papa Echo Quebec, and then we go for Papa Foxtrot for runway 13 right. Okay, looking good. One more time, cross check, Mike Alpha, and then Quebec, and then all the way up to Quebec, and then Papa Foxtrot. 13 right. Okay, now it's very important because let me check here the CTAF frequency, because the tower is online, and I think it's 121.9er. It is two ways. I go my way. It's you can also check the CTAF on your vPilot client, but what I usually like to do is going to WhatSim IP, and then I'm gonna entering the ICAO code, which is Kilo Juliet Foxtrot Kilo New York, and then I hit search, and then you have here the CTAF frequency, which is actually right now 119.1. So I'm gonna entering that 119.1, and then we're gonna clear that. And also what we're gonna do is after we take off we go for 122.8, but after we only gonna switch after we take off to Unicom when we are 40 miles away from the airport. I hear that this is a rule. But 119.1 is set and 122.8. Okay, everything is set here, and then we just can go here on taxi. Oh, I clearly see there is also another aircraft who is actually out front of us. I don't know why he's actually... Alright. We wait until and then we are, yeah, we can do here, the checklist is done and TCOS is off at the moment. Checklist is incomplete, so we can do here the before start and before taxi checklist. MTIs are on auto and off. Auto. Recall is checked. Auto brake rejected takeoff. And flight controls are checked. Ground equipment is clear. Also, I just look outside if the pushback talk is away. Yeah, everything is clear, but it's actually not clear because in front of us is an airplane. Yeah, wait, that's why, exactly because of that reason, I always put some little bit extra fuel, because it always have traffic on VATSIM. So, and APU is, yeah, it's actually, we can also check here, APU is off. Now position, APU is off, and that means before taxi checklist complete. And then, okay, did we miss something? No, everything is set. I don't know why I get the caution warning that some checklist is incomplete before takeoff checklist. Okay, I go very quick. After takeoff, descend. Okay, yeah, we did the checklist and we're good here. I think I have to reset that next time, and then we can give the call. 1-1, okay. laptop works. Kennedy traffic, good evening. Lufthansa 350 is taxiing to runway 13 right, taxiing via Mike Alpha, right on Alpha, Quebec and Papa Foxtrot. Kennedy traffic. Alright, okay, right is clear, left is clear, let's go. Oh my goodness, we lost so much time here. And we can give some fuel here, I mean some frost. Oh yeah, for God's sake, I forgot to set flaps. Oh my god, flaps 5. Flaps 5. And now we are good. Everything is right now good. Okay, I got a message from a friend here. Nice. Jetzt. Alright, okay. We have to watch very carefully. Mike Alpha, we have to check here. Okay, nobody is coming. Okay. Mike Alpha. Oh, why? Oh my goodness. A huge amateur mistake. Alpha is on that side. Oh my goodness. We are in Bravo. Okay, huge mistake. Okay, but we can swing over to the right then. This is because I don't actually focusing here on the flight. Okay, we're gonna swing over here to taxiway Alpha. It was a huge mistake from my side. Sorry guys. Because we should stay on Alpha and then Quebec. So we're gonna use this taxiway. So we're gonna swing over here and yeah. This guy over here, what the heck is doing? Did you saw that? This dude is crazy. What he did actually, wait, hold on a second. I have to watch, make sure that this guy doesn't interrupt our taxing here. He's actually teleports. Oh yeah, and I forgot, and I don't know why, in human Earth, why the speed brake levers are extended. So okay, now we are good. Okay. Right, Quebec 6, let's check where we are. We are at Quebec 6, yeah, we're following exactly the taxi route, and then Papa Foxtrot on the left, we have to entering the runway for 13. Also, I can give you a little bit window view on the taxi. Sorry, showcase. Also, we can do a little different view here. What we said, Papa Foxtrot. Okay, we have to focus here. Papa Delta, and then yeah, IFTV converts. Ja, klar, können wir machen. Okay. Okay, left out. Right, okay, I have to focus here. Runway, okay, we just can do here the before takeoff checklist. Before takeoff checklist. Flaps 5 is set, before takeoff checklist is complete. Okay, whoops, there's a small bounce on the thing. Okay, then landing lights. I completely forgot to set the taxi light. That was a huge problem. Taxi lights can be go off now. Landing lights on, runway lights on.
Kabinenpersonal, bereitet euch auf den Start vor.
Oh no, please don't tell me we have a... okay. Landing lights on, runway lights on, taxi lights up and strobe lights on, and then we can set here TARA. And then we are ready here. Alright, okay, then we are just put here a little bit range. And then we are good. What is our takeoff? Kennedy to the... Okay, Kennedy traffic, Lufthansa 350 lining up runway 13 right and taking off via the Kennedy 5 departure to the northeast. Kennedy traffic. Okay. You know what I hate so much about the Microsoft Flight Simulator? It has always this, I don't know, this scenery box where sometimes have a hole in the runway or this bounces on the runway. Yeah, because I always like to fly with crash tolerance on maximum, and if there is a small hole in the runway, it can be happening that the airplane is crashing. But this is scenery bug, but it looks like it's clean at the moment. I'm gonna line up here, come on. And then we can turn on LNAV, VNAV, and outer thrust also can be go on. Kennedy traffic, Lufthansa 350 taking off runway 13 right. Okay, then 40% first. Stabilized, and then out of thrust. And set clock. Eighty knots is checked already. This fucking bounces all the time. This is exactly what I mean. Please don't tell me we're gonna crash. Rotate. I don't know why we get the warning. Process rate of climb, gear up. Yeah, I didn't set correctly the thing. Okay, and 13 yeah, we doesn't have exactly to follow, and then we can just hit one 30, and then we're gonna hit here ENAV and not LNAV and autopilot 1. Oh, not let's go flight level change here. Sorry, and flaps. Sorry, flaps 1. Yeah, we go for 13,210. And can we do a direct here? Execute. And then we can do here LNAV. And up to the sky. Kennedy traffic, the Lufthansa 350 is already airborne, passing 4,600 feet, clear the runway 13 right, happy landings. Kennedy traffic. Right, okay, passing 5,000. And then we can just directly, oh, hold on. Yeah,
Liebe Fluggäste, wir steigen auf unsere Reise.
yeah, every time when I'm using
Währenddessen bitten wir Sie, sitzen zu bleiben und Ihren Sicherheitsgurt geschlossen zu halten. In Kürze beginnen wir mit dem Bordservice. Unsere Auswahl an Erfrischungen und Mahlzeiten finden Sie im Sky-Menü, das sich in der Sitztasche vor Ihnen befindet. Dear passengers, we're ascending to our cruising altitude. During this time, we ask that you remain seated with your seatbelt securely fastened. Shortly,
okay,
we will commence our
safe
in-flight service. You can browse our selection of refreshments and meals in the Sky
and
menu,
VNAV can be go once again
located
on.
in your seat pocket.
It doesn't use these anymore. Alright, runway lights can be go off, and also strobes. Yeah, he goes for 250, and of course I should actually already set flaps up. Okay, VNAV doesn't do anything here. Okay, 20 miles of range. I don't know why VNAV. Okay, you know what? We go directly with flight level change here because. Yeah, okay, we're 20 miles away. Oh yeah, of course. Oh my goodness, I completely forget traffic to set. What a huge amateur mistake here. Alright, now we are good. I knew it. Now we... Okay, anyway, we go for flight level change here, otherwise this plane doesn't climb here. Alright. And what we also can do is go here, set speed to 90. Execute. Okay, and then we go. Passing 10,000. Very soon, passing 9,000. Oh yeah, and for God's sake, I forget to also do. Okay, okay, the altimeter is still correct. I didn't forget that. So what is the Kennedy? Okay, 3003 right now. Okay, let's change it. I was correct. I didn't forget that. 300 right. Let's see here. Okay, 300 right. 3003. Okay, passing 10,000. Landing lights off.
Wir starten jetzt unseren Bordservice.
And
Wir möchten Sie daran erinnern, dass wir
call.
sowohl Kartenzahlungen als auch Bargeld akzeptieren. Unser Sky-Menü finden Sie in der Sitztasche vor Ihnen. Bitte bleiben Sie sitzen, während wir Sie bedienen. Wenn Sie etwas benötigen, zögern Sie bitte nicht, eines unserer Kabinenpersonalmitglieder anzusprechen.
And
Dankeschön.
290.
We are now starting our in-flight service. We'd like to remind you that we accept card payments as well as cash. You can find our Sky menu in the seat pocket in front of you. Please remain seated while we serve you. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask one of our cabin crew members. Thank you.
Now we can go for VX radar. And the plane climbs perfectly. Okay, landing lights off. Lighting lights off, runway lights off, strobes off, and yeah, green lights I also forget to turn on. What a huge mistake. Yellow light, we just gonna leave it on. This is good. The reason is why I forget so many things, because I already fly them more than 4 hours today, so I was getting a little bit tired with my focus here. Okay, range, we just can go higher. And we have no recall messages. Let's see. Okay, recall is checked. We have no cancel. Okay, everything is clear here right now. over the clouds. And we are wonderful takeoff here. Yeah, the takeoff was a little bit rough because, yeah, in almost when I was airborne, almost when I put the yoke on the rotate mode, rotate position, I get a message from caution that the trim wasn't right, but that is absolutely stupid because the trim was right. Yeah, but anyway, that was, yeah. Get back to normal very soon. Alright, okay. 18,000 feet, I actually already can turn off the Boston Seatbelt sign. Usually you can turn on,
Meine Damen und Herren,
turn
der
off
Kapitän hat die
also
Anschnallzeichen
lower altitude
ausgeschaltet.
about 10 or
Sie können sich
11,
jetzt in der Kabine frei bewegen.
12,000 feet, but I
Wir
usually
empfehlen
like
Ihnen
to turn
jedoch,
off
im Sitzen
18,000 when
jederzeit
you
angeschnallt
have
zu
a
sein,
5-pitch
Verletzungen bei
radius.
unerwarteten Turbulenzen zu vermeiden. Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned off the seatbelt sign. You may now move around the cabin, but we recommend that you keep your seatbelt fastened while seated in case of unexpected turbulence.
Okay, passing flight level 200. And let me check here if we have, if we can use ENF right now. I don't know why he's going up and down when I'm using. Okay. Recalibrate or what? No. Oh, okay. First. It's a shame because I told him to climb like 290, but I think because before I have a perfect flight, but right now the system here is a little bit messed up because it doesn't follow here the climb, and for some reason before the climb rate speed you couldn't, yeah, actually couldn't dial in, but before you couldn't. Sometimes this, I realized that plane has some bugs, I guess. But anyway, next page I set to climb with 291, but it doesn't follow that speed, so that's why we're gonna, for safety reason, we're gonna stay on flight level change. That was also the job. And we have a beautiful cloud rooftop. I like the cloud rooftop. The cloud animation looks so real. I feel really like a passenger right now. Okay, then 85. And I also realized I have also turned off the sorry, I realized I also have to reset the sensitivity on my yoke, because the sensitivity on my yoke is a little bit high for the 787. I have to calibrate that and reset for the 787. Because that's why sometimes when I put the yoke left, right, or down or up, sometimes the plane makes always this weird twist up and down, because it has something to do with my sensitivity on the yoke. I have to correct that. Alright, and then we can check also the client, that everything works normally here. So we have also here less than 5 degrees pitch angle. This is very nice. This plane climbs like a rocket. This is nice. The airspeed is 290 as we said here, and we can climb flight of 0, and the Mach speed looks also good. and the frost feeder left and flight level speed check is set on both sides. Oh yeah, and we already crossed our transition altitude set to standard. Okay, this doesn't work with standard. Standard and also standard here. Oh. Standard cross check, and everything looks okay. Do we have an after takeoff checklist here? After takeoff checklist, yeah, landing gear up and flaps are up. Yeah, I forgot to do this also. Checklist. Yeah, after takeoff checklist, and then we have a descent checklist. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, and then we check the frost power for climbing is correctly set. N1 is 91.2. That's good. Engine temperature looking good. N2 is good, and N2 is good. N3 is good. Fuel is 10.5, but it's normal because we are climbing. Oil pressure, oil temperature, and oil quantity, and what VIE looks very good. So everything running is normally here. And then what I usually like to do is check here the air conditioning and the hydraulics, and then usually I also like to check the cabin altitude, but for some reason the 787 Asobo version doesn't show me here the cabin altitude and pressure. And it was in my previous flight, it was showing me the cabin altitude and pressure, but only for a short time, and then it disappeared. But I think, I'm not sure, but I supply here you doesn't have to concern about the cabin pressure because it's always correct. Yeah, I guess that is the reason, because I can find here the cabin pressure information. Okay, we are passing flight level 2904. And it's crazy how quiet the 787 is, and I was also flying this aircraft as a passenger in real life, and it's really, this aircraft is really quiet, the engine. I mean, the cabin is really nice. The sound is very nice. And then up we're on the way. Let's see where we are. We have also checked here VATSIM. Where we are actually. Oh yeah, we hear Delta 350. Oh, look at here. What we have here. We have a New York radio. Oh, we have to be very careful that we are not getting in touch with. This is our aircraft Delta. Sorry, Lufthansa 350. And this is, it shows also the route. But so far we have no ATC activity on our current position and route. Only here is just a New York radio center. Yeah, and this center actually across the south side of the North Atlantic, but the north side of the North Atlantic we have a free space of ATC. It's actually a little bit sad that I have no ATC activity here, but yeah, it's absolutely understandable because other person have maybe to work or they don't have time to do that. But it's very, you have to fly it over the North Atlantic when is some events who is actually active. You have to always watch on VATSIM when is coming across the pond event, but I know the biggest cross the pond event is only one time a year, but I don't know which one is the next and which date. Yeah. Oh yeah, and we have to watch here that we are can switch over to Mach decimal A2. And now what I usually like to do is go switch to vertical speed and do the rest manually to pitch to level off the plane, because what I really don't like about the flight change and the VNAV is they don't level the plane gently off. They always go like this and they make like this, and it's not comfortable in real life for the passengers. So that's why I reduced the last 1000 feet with my own vertical speed. Just gonna leave it on 300. Alright, we are leveled off almost at flight level 350. And level it off, flight level 350. And let's check if VNAV accepts us. Yep, VNAV works right now once again normally. And we can also check on the progress page. Oh, sorry, not on the VNAV page. Flight level optimum is flight level 356, but we're gonna stay until we get to flight level, let's see, flight level 360 or something, and then I'm gonna change here the altitude. Alright, looks good, and here we can go for progress, yeah. Hold on a second. Okay, we still have 3,358 miles left to fly, and in the meantime, I can do the cross check number 1. Less to do that. Less than 2 degrees pitch a little bit, and then air speed, speed is 291, flight 350, and Mach speed is decimal 85 set, and it is decimal 85, perfect. And speed, LNAV and VNAV pad is on both sides showing on the PDF page, and next waypoint is Alpha Charlie Kilo in 20 miles, and we have a very nice ground speed of 540, that is perfect. We have a tailwind right now of 41 miles, nautical miles, and the wind direction is coming from 268 degrees. Frost power rate is perfect, and 1 is looking good, engine temperature is looking good, and 2 and 3 and fuel is 6.4. It should be actually good when we have 5.0 or 5.2 each side. Then we burn 5,000 kilograms per hour, or 10,000 pounds. So it is looking good, but it looks pretty good because we are in lower altitude. After we go a little bit in higher altitude, and then also the fuel flow comes down. Oil pressure is 85, oil temperature is 82, oil quality is checked normal, and vibe is checked normal. Okay, looking good. And now, one more time, I'm gonna check the hydraulics, but I can also see here, hydraulic pressure is there, works, air temperature is there, normal, and that's actually it. And the next cross check is in 1 hour, that is in 0128 Zulu time. So okay. And let's see what my friends is actually suicide.
Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, wir freuen uns, Ihnen während dieses Teils Ihrer Reise unseren Einkaufsservice an Bord anbieten zu können. Egal, ob Sie ein nettes Geschenk, ein Reiseutensil oder einfach nur etwas für sich selbst suchen, wir haben das Richtige für Sie. Blättern Sie durch den Katalog in Ihrer Sitztasche und wenden Sie sich bei Fragen an unsere Crew. Wir akzeptieren Zahlungen in bar oder mit Karte. Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to offer our in-flight shopping service during this portion of your journey. Whether you're looking for a thoughtful gift, a travel essential, or just something to indulge yourself, we've got you covered. Flip through the catalog in your seat pocket and let our crew know if you have any questions. We accept payments in cash or by card.
Qatar. Sorry, Qatar. All right. It's getting late night here, dusk down, and yeah, I also getting slowly to sleep here. I hope the problem is on VATSIM is I'm very afraid to go to sleep because if I gonna go to sleep after we, for one example, let's say if we are crossing, if we're gonna cross, we're gonna fly south away from St. Johnson, and I decided to go to sleep, I'm very afraid that it can be maybe getting a ocean ATC controller online, and then I am away and he tried to contact me. This would be very terrible because when you fly in VATSIM, you have always, even when you see there is no ATC controller, you always have to prepare. It can be any moment. It can be that ATC controllers getting back online. So that's why I will not sleep very comfortable because I always have to keep an eye on if there's an ATC controller or not. Right, it looks like we just can climb in a higher altitude. We also can, I don't have to always go back here and check the mass. I can also, good thing about the A350 and the 787 where I'm flying right now, the good thing about the 787 is you can go also here, CDU, and then you have, it switches the CDU here because everything is on touch screen. And when I go here on VNAV, our optimum cruising altitude will be flight level 359, but I wait until we have an optimum flight level 360 and then I actually go for flight level 360. Yeah, there is not a lot to see, so yeah, the sun goes very fast down because local time right now in New York, or in our current position, is 8:53, actually 8:53 p.m. so almost 9. So it's actually getting, yeah, night in New York. But yeah, but actually what I'm wondering about this aircraft is, so when we get in Zurich, we'll have a reserve fuel 15.4, and according to the 12.3, yeah, we save some fuel here. We're flying very fuel efficiently, and I can turn down here a little bit the yeah, we have still more than 5 hours to fly in here, I guess. Yeah, actually 51 minutes, so we can just calculate. We're gonna arrive the airport 7:34 Zulu time. 7:34, 733, 34 Zulu time. That means, uh, 6 hours. Um, yeah, 38 minutes. So 6 hours and 38 minutes. We will have to. Yeah, we have still left 6 hours and 38 minutes. We have still left to fly. So according until we land with this current speed, we have still more than 6 hours to fly. Yeah, it's getting really actually quiet up here because I don't have a lot to do. I just only do every 1 hour I do a cross check that everything runs normal here, that we doesn't have here a warning about the decompression about the cabin or something. So this is also in real life. When you cross the North Atlantic, you do every hour or something, you do a cross check and always watch that everything works. But also in real life, you have a second officer, second pilot, or for especially when you have a long haul flight, you are minimum three pilots. Yeah, okay, maybe for 6 hours, maybe sometimes 2. But when you fly more than 8 hours or 10 hours, you have also 4 pilots for long haul flights, or 3 pilot minimums. But I doesn't have a first officer, so that's why. Because in real life, when I am a captain and I have a first officer, I can say, okay, after 2 hours I go get a nap, I go to sleep, and then the second then he stays maybe alone when there is no first pilot. But in a longer flight, about 8 or 10 hours, when I go to sleep, you are 4 pilots. So then when I as a captain, I decide I go to sleep after 2 hours. Then a second captain came in, or a second co-pilot came in and check that everything was normal. So, but I doesn't have any of these second other pilots, so I have to do everything on my own. So yeah, I just can actually hope that nothing is gonna go worse when I go to sleep here. But anything, yeah, the weather looks very calm and clear. I already checked the weather before, so the weather should be nice. So I can actually also get a wind data information if I want. So here's CDU, oh no. So when I go to, let's see, first com, I can also position report. This is also very nice when you fly the North Atlantic. It's a little bit harder for me to explain. Yeah, if you report, your position, you can report your position, your estimated time when you arrive in your entry point, and the next waypoint, temperature, wind, and position on fuel. You can also position report. You can get flight level, the estimated arrival time on your waypoint. So that when for one example, when there is an ATC controller on the or a gander controller, organic or ocean organic controller is online. Usually in older aircrafts who doesn't have this opportunity of the system, you always have to do the position report, you know, with your voice. You have to request or tell them where you are, which flight level, cruising flight level you want to request for your track, which cruising speed you want to use, your request, and when you arrive your entry point of when you arrive the entry point or exit point of your not on your track, you have to do everything on your voice. But here you can also send a position report. That is really nice. And yeah, I can also wind request. So right now, on November 48th, we are gonna arrive our second waypoint of the track, on the track, second waypoint, second coordinate waypoint, which is November North 48050 West. We can arrive this waypoint, as you can see, at 221 Zulu time, and the wind, yeah, I don't know where altitude, which altitude you can also set. Yeah, you can also set the altitude. Hold on a second. Hold, not hold. This is not for us. This is only when you want to do holding. Wind. Okay, entering here the wind. Here, and then you're entering the flight level 350. altitude, and outside temperature. You go down and you have, but I don't know where is. Normally you can do a wind request. Yeah, I have to figure it out because this is only my second time that I fly the 787. I still have to know where it is, but you can also do here a wind request, and then you can see which is the current wind. But actually, RST right now is from 281 degrees to 77, and we fly very fast with 570 nautical miles. Let's see where we get to our waypoint November north 40 04 north 048 west north 48 west 0 north 048 north 050 west. When we get to this waypoint, or yeah, we will have a fuel left fuel quantity and board of 69.3, and we just can look if we are stick on the plan. Which one is that? Yeah, this is this, and we will have 68.8 pounds on fuel, sorry, 68,800 pounds on fuel, and according to this, we are actually, yeah, 1,000, yeah, almost 1,000 pounds. We have more actually. Yeah, we have 600 pounds actually more fuel. We save some fuel here, so we are pretty good on our fuel planning here. And let's see here yeah, we can go to flight level 360. Looks pretty good here, and well, let's check. VNAV, and now we are on flight level 360. And then we can go back to VNAV. Yeah, looking good. So how can what I want to know is the brightness, I try to find the brightness light for the whole cockpit here. What is happening when I put this on? It's strange, it doesn't have a cabin light so far. Okay, here's the brightness. Okay, I see. All right. Okay, it's like this. It should be actually. No. It's not getting any better. I have no idea where you can. I think this aircraft doesn't support cabin view. I mean cabin brightness, sorry. Yeah, actually crossed already Halifax. Actually over brightness. Oh, okay, maybe here. Oh, okay, I see. This is for. I don't know how I can do it in the control panel. Alright guys, I'm coming right back. I get myself something to drink from the flight galley. I am back in the next some second. Took me more than a few seconds. Slowly, yeah, I would say after, yeah, in the next 1 hour I will go a little bit to sleep here because, yeah, I need also my sleep here. because this 6 hour 23 minutes is, yeah, it counts to long haul flight, but it is not so long, 6 hours, because 6 hours is passing very fast, and because we fly traveling with 488 nautical miles, this is very, very fast. And yeah, we just gonna land, as you can see, 728, and I measured that we are, yeah, 728, but I just yeah, we just getting landing very soon, actually. In yeah, we're gonna land in 9:28 a.m. in the morning, and my local time, because I'm living in Switzerland, is 3:24 in the morning. And yeah, that means 6, 7, 8, 9, 6 hours and 4 minutes. We're gonna land in 6 hours and 4 minutes. So as you can imagine, 6 hours 4 minutes is, yeah, I only have 5 hours to sleep, because 1 hour before we get land, I have to wake up and prepare for everything, for arrival, for for the approach briefing, landing briefing, etc., etc. So I have to do that minimum. I always take minimum 1 hour. I will start that with 1 hour early, and also with the taxi briefing. So I will always say I wake up always 1 hour before I land. So. Because last time I was sleeping, when I fly an X-plane, I did also a long haul flight with the A330, and the problem was I was sleeping, and I was doing a long haul flight. I was thinking took 8 hours or something, and then but I didn't remember which flight I was took it on that day, but I was flying more than 8 hours. And then after, I was very long awake, and then after I decided to sleep, and I actually forgot to reset my alarm, and I actually oversleep it, and then I actually, my plane was overshooted the destination, and then the plane was crashing because it runs out of fuel. This is something that should never be happening. That was my first time that I did. I missed the. I must miss the approach because I was sleeping too long. It's why I have to keep an eye on it. So 1 hour and 28 minutes. 1 hour, 1200 and 3 minutes. 1200 and 003 I was to go off, so yeah, 2 hours and 43 minutes we are delayed here. It's crazy, almost 3 hours. So we're gonna land. Let's take it off at 0000. Oh yeah, it's 2100. It was the planned takeoff time, but our actual takeoff time was 2 hours and 43 minutes delayed. And that gives us actual arrival time of current arrival time is current departure time was 00.3 Zulu time. And it was a local 83 p.m. And according to me, we're gonna land 6. So our I calculated estimated arrival time is 6:65. That means we're gonna land in actually 8:56. This is the time that we plan it. It's 6:65 a.m. in the morning. I mean, sorry, 8:56 a.m. in the morning, and that means yeah, this is the plan. This is actually what I calculated from the actual planning time. New calculated current planning arrival time, but the actual arriving time from the MCDU is say 7:27 right now. But that can be actually getting also down. Yeah. Okay, the center tank is, let's go for system and then fuel. It looks like the center tank is almost empty. But what I usually like to do is wait until the center tank is completely empty, and or yeah, we can just disconnect center tank. There we have some light to, let's see, light to moderate thunderstorm, some storm here area. So, but we are flying away, and it's much more. The thunderstorm is much more on the lower altitude. We are safe here. But My friend is flying on Victor Tracker by using uniform. Yeah, and there's time for our next cross check. I actually overshoot it a little bit. Less than 2 degrees pitch. 284 is the indicated speed, and FFL 360 Mach speed is decimal 5 set, and it is decimal 5. FM speed and FMINA pad is set, and the ground speed is very crazy nice, 485 nautical miles, and our next waypoint is Olmsted and North 48050 west in 326 miles, and the thrust power rate is looking very nice. N1 is 81.7%, engine temperature is 371, N2 is 92.3, and N3 92.8. Fuel is getting back more better. Fuel is 5.8 each side. That makes 11,600 pounds per hour we burn, and yeah, that's oil pressure is good, oil temperature is good, oil quality is right, it's good, and then we're going to do one more time here. System check. We can also check one more time hydraulic pressure is normal, air temperature is normal, and everything looks good. And yeah, of course we just can turn off the lower engine power. And yeah, we are next cross check is 0228 UTC time. Good, nice. Perfect. Actually, we already crossed Halifax, and we are heading to right now to St. Johnson. It's actually time for a little bit music here. YouTube, and oh yeah, and we already left from a very long time ago in New York, so we can actually skip to 122.8. Let's skip. Let's do here some music here. I don't have an integrated good music system. Sorry, I should let you see that. This is a good music. This is a free copyright. This is crazy. I should let you see that. This is not allowed about copyrights. Yeah, it's pretty dark here, right up here. Passengers are finally can sleep right now, a little. here we have some CV warnings when we overfly this area. So if we should actually descend, we shouldn't actually descend on this area, we should actually avoid this area, because if we actually scroll zoom a little bit more in, as we can see here, we have a lot of unsafe area here. The red zone means, as I said in my previous video, red zone means actually this is not a safe area. This is heavy thunderstorm. Heavy on weather areas are severe, heavy thunderstorm, severe thunderstorm is red, and yellow means moderated to medium thunderstorm, and light rain, actually light storm is green. So green we can pass. Yellow and red we should actually try avoid. Yellow is actually the maximum penetration, I guess, where airplane can fly. But if we would actually start our descent to an alternate, we should actually avoid this area. So we should fly somewhere over to the left, so 40 degrees. Better divert here we should do, and then overfly this this unweather zone here. Because we can see it clearly that the non-weather area here, the cloud rooftop is really high. But we are high enough to overfly all this non-weather zone here. What we should maybe we have to think about or concern about ourselves to maybe make a left or right turn. So we want to make maybe a little bit off course, we make a divert here, because it can also happen that we get some turbulence. Bracket back. And tomorrow we're gonna fly with the A320 from Frankfurt back to Zurich, and then we're gonna do I guess I want to do a flight from Zurich to Hong Kong. Or we can do I have a better idea. Tomorrow we're gonna do a flight from the A320 from Zurich to Tomorrow we're going to do a flight from Frankfurt to Zurich, and then from Zurich we're going to do a flight from Zurich to Istanbul and Mega Airport, the new one, and then from Istanbul we're going to do a long haul flight with the Turkish livery, because this is a true air flight. We're going to do a long haul flight with the Turkish airline from Istanbul direct to Manila. This is an option we can use, but leave me in a comment if you want to see another flight. This is the flight list for tomorrow. Which flight we can hold on a second. Spot. Oh, here, okay. Perfection, perfection. Before we was flying with 580, right? Yeah, I was flying 1,073 kilometers, almost the speed of sound. Actually, speed of sound. Actually, I don't know what this dude is doing. He's using the completely wrong route, because where he's actually flying from Manchester, he shouldn't actually use this weather track. He actually should fly the west track. The west track is much more on the north side. He flies completely the wrong side, because when we watch here, he's actually there somewhere here. When we watch when we watch the west track is actually up there. So he should actually fly somewhere here in this area, but actually instead that he flies, yeah, he flies somewhere, yeah, he flies there, yeah. Yeah, we actually already passed St. Johnson, and now we already was entering our track uniform, because east track, yeah, we already here, and we already entering our track uniform.
YouTube ohne Unterbrechung. Plus die YouTube Music App. Alles in einem Paket. Videos ohne Unterbrechung und eine App nur für Musik. YouTube Premium. Ein Abo, 2 Apps. 1 Monat kostenlos testen.
Alright guys, I'm still here. I was chatting with a friend of mine. Sorry, I shouldn't let you see that. Yeah, actually I go slowly. Yeah, actually I go slowly in the bed here because because it's getting very late here for me. And actually, according to the FMS, I should actually stand up in less than 4 hours or 3 hours, so I getting a little bit for sleep here. But before I gonna do that, I do the last cross check for the next couple of hours. So the last to the good speed share, we can speed to 85 and cruising flight level 38 at flight level 360. Max speed is 85 set and is system 85 speed out and not bad, it's set. And map now the ground speed is 445 and next waypoint is 050 north, 050 west. Next waypoint, and we're gonna arrive at in 16.7 miles. Ground speed is 544. Engine power rate looks front power rate looks good, and 1 is looking good, engine temperature is looking good, and 2 is looking good, 3 is looking good, fuel is looking good, all pressure is looking good, all temperature is looking good, all quality is looking good, wipe is looking good, and yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I would say that we are yeah, going here one more time, sorry, in system. Check here, hydraulic pressure is still alive, which you also check here, and the air conditioning on board is absolutely perfect, and yeah, that's actually it for that. Next cross check is in a couple of hours because usually it's every hour, but right now I need my sleep here, and yeah, it's getting slowly sunset here again, but I need my sleep just like I said, and we just can go, sorry, VNAV, our optimum flight level is, yeah, we go for 360 right, 370 right now. Okay, flight level 370 is right, and we just can also right here, flight level 370. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, and we're gonna see us in the next couple of hours. In the meantime, I wish you a wonderful, wonderful. Enjoy the rest of the flight. I'm gonna leave the. I'm gonna leave the. I'm gonna leave here the. How can I say? I'm gonna leave here the stream on, and. Let's see if we can find. Yeah, I don't like this view for you. If you like this view, let's check out what is the best view when I get out for you guys. You can also choose. And also. Yeah, I would say we go for the cockpit here. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, see you in the next couple of hours, or do we say? Hold on a second, I wonder. Yeah, I would say we're gonna leave it like this. Alright guys, I'm getting out of for today, and we're gonna see us in a couple of hours. I will be returning soon enough. See you later. I get my sleep and enjoy the rest of the flight. I'm just gonna leave it on the beam view. I decided to do that, and we're gonna see us later. Bye bye.
Hallo zusammen. Nur um Sie auf dem Laufenden zu halten. Wir überfliegen gleich Bristol. Wir halten eine konstante Höhe von 37.000 Fuß und fliegen mit 570 Meilen pro Stunde. Die Außentemperatur beträgt minus 65 Grad. Bei Fragen sind wir gerne für euch da. Vielen Dank, dass ihr mit uns fliegt. Hello everyone. Just to keep you updated, we're about to fly over Bristol. We're maintaining a steady altitude of 37,000 feet and traveling at 570 miles per hour. The outside temperature is minus 65 degrees. In case of any questions, we're here to help. Thank you for flying with us.
gentlemen, here is your William movie streamer back here from a very long break here. So actually, yeah, we made it slowly here so far. As you saw here before, we are actually entering the United Kingdom, and yeah, absolutely perfect. So we just can actually watch how the weather looks like for us. I'm sorry. If we still can land on wait 07, so the Frankfurt 520 Zulu time 5 7. Yeah, that's actually from 46 minutes ago. Yeah, sorry, for 47 minutes, 27 minutes ago. The wind is the wind is actually, wow, okay, 304. So that means, yes, yeah, we should actually land in a different, yeah, runway. But I guess, oh. Alright, why we have an altitude alert? We are in lost airspeed, Ada. Alright, okay, we are back to normal here. Okay, we should land on runway 2. Okay, we go for 25 center, I guess. Let's check here.
Meine Damen und Herren, hier spricht Ihr Kapitän. Wir fliegen derzeit in der Nähe von London, das auf unserer linken Seite zu sehen ist. In diesem Moment befinden wir uns in einer Höhe von 38.000 Fuß und fliegen mit einer Geschwindigkeit von 570 Meilen pro Stunde. Die Außentemperatur beträgt minus 65 Grad. Ich hoffe, dass Ihnen der Flug bisher gefällt. Falls Sie Fragen haben oder Hilfe benötigen, steht Ihnen unser Kabinenpersonal zur Verfügung. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We're currently flying near London, visible on our left side. At this moment, we're cruising at an altitude of 38,000 feet and traveling at a speed of 570 miles per hour.
I don't know
The
why.
temperature outside is minus 65 degrees. I hope you're enjoying the journey so far. If you have any questions or need assistance, our cabin crew is here to help.
Oh yeah, okay. Get a beat. 129.430. Alright. Stop of the music here. And what is the frequency? 129.430.
Sorry.
1071 for Virgin 7 Golf. And what was the altitude one more time?
15, sorry.
150 Virgin 7 Golf.
London Control, good morning. Lufthansa 350 at flight level 380 with you.
Lufthansa 350 London Control, Roger. You should be on an odd flight level. Can accept 370 and 390 and check standard QNH.
Alright, we go for flight level 370, and I don't know why it was on standard, because I did already set on standard, but okay, we're gonna get set for 370. That is good for you, correction, Lufthansa 350.
I don't know, is it appear to be showing file 376 for some reason? I just double checked they're using railroad weather as well.
So 370 is okay? Did I understand it well?
Nice.
Roger. Okay.
London, good morning. Speedbird 252 November, descending through flight level 210 with information Alpha 777, planning Zurich 1 Hotel. Speedbird 252 November, London Control, thanks. Squawk 5625 and descend flight level 1.
Oh, yeah.
5625 down to flight level 110, Speedbird 252 November.
Good morning, London. Good morning, London Center, Speedbird 87, Tech 777, 300 ER. With information Alpha requesting IFR clearance has filed to Vancouver.
I have no idea what's going on here.
7 on Coachella, Roger, your flight plan is invalid for runway configuration. I'm gonna send you a route flight tax. Stand by.
London Control, good morning. Speeder 5, Victor Yankee with information Alpha, gate 538/Bravo 38, type AC50-1000, requesting clearance to Vancouver as filed.
Suicide Victor Yankee on Coachella, thanks. Same for your flight plan is valid for runway configuration. I'm gonna send you a route flight tax, so stand by.
Roger.
Speedbird 87, there will be routing via that and then asphalt. I will get back to you with the clearance. And Speedbird 5 Victor Yankee, same for you, there will be via that and then asphalt.
Yeah, this is terrible. What the fuck,
London Control,
man?
Speedbird 22 Mike Lima Heavy with you, file
I don't know what is
type
going on here.
1000.
It looks...
Speedbird 22 Mike Lima, London Control, hello, thanks. Descend flight level 110, they'll be landing runway 09 left.
110 will be expecting 09 left, Speedbird 22 Mike Lima Heavy.
Speedbird 252 November, landing 09 left, check squawk 5625.
Landing 09 left and 5625 for Speedbird 252 November.
Virgin 7 Gulf, route direct Medog.
Direct Medog for Virgin 7 Gulf Heavy.
Speedbird 8 Slovenia clearance when you're ready. Okay, Speedbird 5 Victor Yankee, clearance when you're ready.
5 Victor Yankee, go ahead.
Speedbird 5 Victor Yankee, your clearance is via the Alta Bon Juliet departure, squawking 2167.
Roger, clearance for the Alta 1 Juliet departure and let's go 2167, Speedbird 5 Victor Yankee.
Speedbird 5 Victor Yankee, read about correct, break, Virgin 7 Gulf, Unicom 1 TT, Samurai, bye-bye.
Have a great rest of your day, good morning.
Speedbird 22 Mike Lima, descend flight level 70, 10 left heading 060 degrees, over the straight-in approach.
060 down to 7000, Speedbird 22 Mike Lima.
Good morning, London Control, Airplan 460, we're on taxiway Tango. We didn't realize that control was connected.
No, I just logged my, I just logged myself on. F1 460. There will be a non-standard clearance via complement. We'll send you the clearance via text. No read work required. Let me know when you're ready for taxi. Lufthansa 350 Unicom 122.8. Good morning.
Unicom 122.8 for Lufthansa 250.
London Control, good morning, transfer.
Okay, something is clearly wrong here, so I try to, I don't know why. Okay, I have some trouble here with I have to find a solution for that problem. But anyway, at the moment, yeah, it looks like we have to land on Frankfurt runway 25 center. Okay, we're gonna dial that in. Let's see here. Yeah, we have to use income 1 delta. No. Yeah. Okay, income 1 Bravo. So we're gonna delete everything. Lex. Clear. Okay, hold on. We're going to delete all onto income. Actually, I didn't have to do that. I also could go for previous delete. Delete. All right, and then we can do execute. Then we can do arrival. We have go for what do we said? Inco 1 Bravo. Okay. This isn't. Okay, can we go in for 1 alpha? Yeah, this is a terrible problem here. ILS. Oh yeah, here Eco 1 Bravo. Perfect. Eco 1 Bravo, transition, Delta 6. Yeah, we're gonna use this one. Eco 1 Bravo, Delta Foxtrot 526, and ILS 225, right, execute. Okay, now we should have Verdi, Bubal, Spy, Pezov. Alright, okay, we are gonna check here income. Let's open sim brief. Time. Sim brief. Okay, next one is Ferdi. Verdi, Verdi. Dan normaal echt. Okay, Verdi Bubal. Bubal is the next after Bubal. Bupal comes Remba, Spy, Pezov, Pezov, Dopop, Ninvu, comes Kulso, after Kulso, income. Alright, then now we have to open this chart. After income comes... Oh, we have to do one more thing. Income Bravo, income LV and MGOT. LV and MGOT. Okay, looking great. At LV, MGOT, do we have a speed? LV 240 with 210 and LV income 240 with
Meine Damen und Herren, ich möchte einige Informationen mit Ihnen teilen. Wir werden in wenigen Augenblicken Brüssel überfliegen. Unsere Flughöhe beträgt 37.000 Fuß und unsere Geschwindigkeit beträgt 570 Meilen pro Stunde. Die Außentemperatur beträgt minus 63 Grad. Der Rest des Fluges sollte ruhig verlaufen. Bei Fragen wenden Sie sich bitte an einen unserer Crewmitglieder. Vielen Dank und genießen Sie den Flug. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to share some information with you. We'll be flying over Brussels in a few moments. Our altitude is 37,000 feet and our speed is 570 miles per hour. Temperature outside is minus 63 degrees. Rest of the flight should be smooth. In case of any questions, please don't hesitate to ask one of our cabin crew members. Thank you, and enjoy the flight.
Bhopal. Okay, Bhopal. Face off. Next. Income 290. 10 and an MGOT. Let's see. Let's go to 80. MGOT next. After MGOT comes Ramop. At Ramop we have to stay at flight level 130. I would say from here 130, 130, 130, 0, Ramot. Okay, Ramot, Delta Fox 1, Delta Fox 1 and Delta Fox 600. 1 and Delta Fox 600 and Delta Fox 601. Yep. Then comes Delta Foxtrot 609, Delta Foxtrot 610. 10, yep. And then Delta Foxtrot 611, 612, 613, 614, 615, 616. 11, 6, 12, 6, 13, 6, 14, 6, 15. Yep, and then 6, 16. 6, 16. Vectors to final. Delta Foxtrot 5 to 6. 6. And then 56, and then comes Airport. Approached ILS. Delta Fox 526 and Delta Fox 525. Delta Fox 525, Delta Fox 524. 524, Delta Fox 523 and 522. And next. And then after 522, Delta Foxtrot 580 and 520. 20, okay. And then Foxtrot Charlie Whiskey 41. Yeah, this is the end, then comes the runway. Alright, okay. What is important for me is Delta Fox 426, we have to be at 4,000. We have to be at 4,000. 4,000, Delta Fox 525, also 5. Yeah, until Delta Fox. Okay. Here.
Meine Damen und Herren, wir beginnen in wenigen Minuten mit dem Sinkflug. Bitte stellen Sie sicher, dass Ihr Sicherheitsgurt angelegt ist und folgen Sie den Anweisungen der Besatzung.
Yeah, at 4,000 and then...
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting our descent in 4 minutes. Please make sure your
Missed approach
seatbelt is
direct
fastened
Delta Fox
and follow the
585 on
instructions
course
of the cabin
246.
crew. Thank you.
Okay, Delta Fox 585. $220, 220, and then chaw and hold 5,000, right? Yeah, okay, we get it. 20. Okay, wonderful. Okay, this approach is set, and then yeah, we just can also set here the minimums are minimum is 563. Ah, for God's sake, what the heck, man? Oh, this is so terrible. We have to go to a lower altitude right now. Pays off 202. flight level change. Alright, okay, for some reason the thing doesn't work here. Let's go for 240. Okay, looking good. So the minimums are, or as I said, 563. Yeah, minimum set barrow 563 is set, and now we can do here the taxi briefing. I mean, QH 1014. No, this change. Okay, weather is checked, and we can do airport. Still under 25 centimeter 4000. So yeah, we should enable actually getting out of, I would say, Lima 13.
Meine Damen und Herren, wir beginnen unseren Landeanflug auf Frankfurt am Main. Bitte folgen Sie den Anweisungen des Kabinenpersonals, während wir uns auf die Landung vorbereiten. Dankeschön. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting our descent into Frankfurt am Main. Please follow the instructions of the cabin crew as we prepare for landing. Thank you.
Lima 13 and then Lima November 10, and then November, and then we're traveling all the way to November, and then we have to open the charts more time, and taxi. Where's the parking? Yeah, Terminal 1, November, is that? Yeah, then we go for the bigger one, and then we go for November, and then November, and then November 5. Terminal, November 5, Terminal 1, okay. Got it. So taxi briefing is also complete, and I should pay attention here. And for some reason we are way too fast here. I'm gonna actually secure here. Yeah, we are overshooting here a little bit. And then we just can do here the checklist. Checklist. Descent checklist. Recall is checked. Outer brakes, we go for medium. Number 2, outer brakes medium. Mixed medium. Landing data. Oh yeah, we need to do that. We go for flaps dirty. Yeah, flaps dirty slash. We go so for, I would say 145. Oh yeah. Landing data, and what is the wind power here? 4 knots. And for approach, it's 129.430. Oh, this is London. Okay, Frankfurt, please. Approach 120.8805. Okay, 120.805, and this is why you have a second officer.
Lufthansa 441, turn further right heading 220, cleared ILS 25 left.
Lufthansa 441, right heading 220, cleared ILS 125 left.
Okay, then landing or rhythm means set and approach briefing is complete. Frankfurt approach, good morning. Lufthansa 350, we already descend, passing 2700, we're descending via the Incon 2 Bravo arrival.
Lufthansa 350, Lang radar, good morning, identified. Cleared incom 1 Alpha arrival, descent flight level 110 to reach at Ramov.
Yeah, we actually already said 2 Bravo. Can we expect 2 Bravo because I don't have the time to reset the MCDU.
And Lufthansa 350, you should be able to reset the MCDU. You can expect ILS Yankee 25 right, so incom 1 Alpha would be preferred. If you're really unable to do so, take your incom 1 Bravo as well.
Okay, we're gonna do that. What was this SID? Can incom 1 Alpha, right?
Incom 1 Alpha, yes, for ILS Zulu, correction, ILS Yankee 25 right.
ILS Yankee 25 right. Okay, thank you very much.
Again, good morning. Lufthansa 3 Echo Tango Start Alpha 25, requesting startup.
Lufthansa 3 Echo Tango. By just a second break. Lufthansa 441, wind 30 signal runway 25 left, cleared land.
Lufthansa 441, clear to land 25 left.
Lufthansa 3 Kilo Whiskey is ready for taxi.
Lufthansa 3 Kilo Whiskey taxi to intent runway 18 via Lima.
18 via Lima, Lufthansa 3 Kilo Whiskey.
Okay, 25 right. charts, kopf door in normaal, SID.
Lufthansa 3 Echo Tango, are you ready to copy?
Yes, I'm ready. Lufthansa 3 Echo Tango.
Lufthansa 3 Echo Tango, cleared Heathrow via Boca 5 Golf, departure runway 25 center, and climb 5,000 feet, flatland, route squawk 2573.
Cleared London Heathrow, Boca 5 Golf, 25 center, initially 5,000 feet, squawk 2573. Lufthansa 3 Echo Tango.
Lufthansa 3 Echo Tango, correct.
Zegt alright, okay, and then Delta Foxtrot 480. Lex.
Langräder, einen wunderschönen guten Morgen, die Condor 142. Did you receive our call?
Condor 142, Lang, Servus. I didn't receive anything from you yet.
Okay, then I'll make it on this way. Lufthansa 142 request of our clearance to Antalya.
Condor 142, cleared Antalya via Cindy 8 Sierra departure runway 18, and climb 4,000 feet, flatland, route squawk 2526.
Condor 142 is cleared to Antalya.
Yeah, we're actually a little bit too low here.
Departure route 4,000 initial and walking 2526. Condor 142.
Condor 142, read back correct.
Lufthansa 3 Kilo Whiskey is ready.
Lufthansa 3 Kilo Whiskey, then 336 knots, runway 18, Quebec.
Quebec, take off runway 18, Lufthansa 3 Kilo Whiskey.
Lufthansa 350, descend 5,000 feet, QNH 1014.
Descend 5,000 feet, QNH 1014 for Lufthansa 350. This is completely messed up here. Okay, anyway.
Frankfurt departure, this is Lufthansa 71 Mike Whiskey Heavy. Einen wunderschönen guten Morgen. Request clearance to Paris.
Lufthansa 71 Mike Whiskey cleared Paris, via Super 2 Lima departure, runway 18, Michelin 4,000 feet, flat and route squawk 1,000. Guten Morgen.
Guten Morgen. Lufthansa 71 Mike Whiskey is cleared via Zobra to Lima. Out of runway 18, and this climb 4,000 feet and squawk is 1,000.
Lufthansa 71 Mike Whiskey, read back correct.
Lufthansa 441 requesting taxi to gate Alpha 25 available.
Lufthansa 441, no worries, taxi to gate Alpha 25 via Mike Tango. November East, November.
Okay, Delta Foxtrot 043.
Mike Tango. Okay,
Delta
Mike,
Foxtrot
right on to Mike and then?
Right onto Mike, then left onto Tango, then straight ahead November East, and then another left turn onto November.
6.
Okay, we have to check that out. Lufthansa 441.
No worries, take your time, break. Lufthansa 3 Kilo Whiskey, identified 1,300 feet, climb by set flat, 130.
Clever Asset 130, Lufthansa 3 Kilo Whiskey.
What?
Meine Lufthansa 3 Echo Tango, Alpha 25 ready for push.
Lufthansa 3 Echo Tango. Then by call you shortly.
Hello, 9 Papa Kilo, request clearance to Bergen.
Lufthansa 9 Papa Kilo, Langen, Morgen, cleared Bergen, via Maroon 8 Mike departure, runway 2 center and climb flight level 70, flight level
425.
Squawk 3112.
9 Papa Kilo, clear to Bergen, Maroon 8 Mike departure, flight plan route, climbing to flight level 70, via SIT and Squawk 3112.
Lufthansa 9 Papa Kilo, feedback correct, taxi to waiting point runway 25 center via November 5, Lima 4.
Lufthansa 9 Papa Kilo, taxiing via November 5, Lima and Lima 4, and we're also able for Lima 6.
5 and
then... take Lima 6 instead.
Oh, done Lima 6, 9 Papa Kilo.
Lufthansa 441, please confirm Mike Tango, November 5, flight at gate Alpha 125 for Lufthansa 441.
First Lufthansa 3 Echo Tango behind taxiing company Airbus A319 on November 5, pushback approved, on to area 3 behind.
43.
Behind the company A319, cleared to push back area 3, Lufthansa 3 Echo Tango.
Lufthansa 441, come again?
Lufthansa 441, confirm taxi to via Mike Tango, November East, November 5 and to gate Alpha 25.
Listen.
Roger.
Conda 142 is ready for startup.
Conda 142, startup approved.
Startup approved 142.
Alright, landing lights.
Over 28 star, request pushback.
Lufthansa 71 Mike Whiskey, push approved. Area sehe ich gar nicht. Push approved.
Push is approved, Lufthansa 71 Mike Whiskey, thanks.
Lufthansa 3 Kilo Whiskey, monitor advisory 1 to do this night, bye-bye.
Unicorn, danke dir, ciao.
58, 480, 480, and 430. Okay, Delta Foxtrot. (46, 45, 44, 43, and 480). Okay, 46, 45, 44, 43, and 480. Okay, and Delta Fox 430, 430, 430, and 430, and then comes
Hello, 79 Foxtrot.
Open 1.
Just so much to Lima, passing 1000 for 4000.
Runway.
79 Fox, Langen, there was identified.
Right.
Climb at flight level 130, clear to for Lima.
And 901.
130 and Robot for Lima, Lufthansa 79 Foxtrot.
Lufthansa 9 Papa Kilo, wind 3003, signal, runway 25 center, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff to center, Lufthansa 9 Papa Kilo.
Langen Gute, Lufthansa Cargo 1726 at Frankfurt, request clearance to Fiumicino. Correction, request clearance to Napoli.
Lufthansa Cargo 1726, Langen Servus, cleared Napoli via Cindy 8 Sierra departure runway 18 and climb 4000 feet, flatland route, Hoch 1000.
Clear destination Cindy 8 Sierra departure, initial climb 4000 feet, squawk 1000.
490, 491, 492.
Lufthansa Cargo 1726, feedback correct.
492, and then after 492, next waypoint is Mifto 5000. Next off Mifto and hold. Okay. Okay, good. Alright, everything is reset for 25 right.
Runway 18 via Lima.
Runway 18 via Lima, Control 142.
Okay.
Lufthansa 350, turn right heading 160.
Turn right heading 160. Lufthansa 350.
Lange Petage, Lufthansa 3 Echo Tango, request taxi.
Lufthansa 3 Echo Tango, taxi to Dornbirn runway 25 center, right November 5, Lima 3.
Taxi on point 25 center, November 5, Lima and Lima 3, Lufthansa 3 Echo Tango.
Lufthansa 9 Papa Kilo identified 1200 feet, climb via set flight level 130.
Lufthansa 9 Papa Kilo climbing via set to level 130.
What is the ILS, the nav set?
Lufthansa 350, turn right heading 220, cleared ILS Yankee 25 right.
Turn right heading 220, clear ILS Yankee 25 right, Lufthansa 350. Alright, let's check here. 109.75, 9.75 and 246.
Lufthansa 79 of Foxtrot, monitor advisory 122, das mate dabei.
Alright, okay, view our luck.
Lufthansa 9 Foxtrot.
Lock is set. Now we can go here for 180. Put the gear down. And checklist. Approach altimeter is set.
Lufthansa 1726, push moved.
Push approved, Lufthansa Cargo 17.
And flat.
Kabinenpersonal, nehmen Sie Ihre Sitze für die Landung ein.
Frankfurt approach, Lufthansa 8 November Lima.
Lufthansa 8 November Lima, lang radar, servus. Which runway do you programmed?
Currently I planned 25 left to 8
approach.
November Lima.
Lufthansa 8 November Lima, roger, descent 4000 feet, KNH 101.
So finally we can actually watch a little bit outside. I had a lot of work to do. Okay, runway landing lights, then we go
maintain heading 210,
lights,
descent
strobes
4000 feet,
goes on.
QNH 1014.
And then runway lights, landing
350, wind variable for north, runway 25 right, clear land.
Clear land on runway 25 right, Lufthansa 350.
Long radar Lufthansa 7.
Landing lights are on, runway lights are on, strobes are on, text light off.
Lufthansa 71, Mike Whiskey, take the runway 8, November 4 and Lima.
Taxi, runway 18, November 4 and Lima, Lufthansa 7, Mike Whiskey.
Alright, okay. Lex. Progress. Sorry. We just can also check here.
Lufthansa 9 Papa Kilo, monitor Unicom altitude, das mate dabei.
Altitude Decimal 8, Lufthansa 9 Papa Kilo, danke, tschüss.
Flaps 15. Flaps 17. Flaps 18. Yeah, that was, sorry, guys, I have to turn here down my Okay.
Condor 142 is fully ready.
Condor 142, wind variable von us, runway 18, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff 18, Condor 142.
Okay, wind check.
Lufthansa 8 November Lima, turn left heading, correction right heading 220, cleared ILS 25 left.
Turn right heading 220, cleared ILS 25 left, Lufthansa 8 November Lima.
4.8.
Lufthansa 3 Echo Tango, Tango is ready.
Lufthansa 3 Echo Tango, line up at runway 25 center.
And
Line
flaps
up
full.
and wait to 5 center, Lufthansa 3.
Okay, flaps full. And then landing checklist. Landing checklist, speed brakes on, landing gear down, and flaps set for landing. Flaps full. Alright.
Lufthansa 8 November Lima, wind variable for us, runway 25 left, clear land.
Lufthansa 8 November Lima 25 left, clear to land.
Absolutely beautiful. $1,000 is checked. Okay.
Lufthansa 8 November Lima, all runways inside.
Runway 25 center is blocked for now.
Yeah, the sensitivity here is still a little bit high here on my yoke. I have to reset that on my next flight. It is very hard.
142 identified 1,900 feet, climb by the flight level 110.
Climbing flight level 110, Condor 142.
Chicago 176, ready for taxi.
Lufthansa Cargo 1726, taxi zone point, runway 18, November North, November 17 and November, set score 1000.
Squawking 1000, taxi, holding point, running 18 via November, November North, November 17,
Lufthansa 3 Echo Tango, wind variable von us, runway 25 center, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff 25 center, Lufthansa 3 Echo Tango.
Lufthansa 71 Mike Whiskey, line up with wait runway 18.
Line up and wait runway 18, Lufthansa 71 Mike Whiskey.
Für die Verzögerung möchten wir uns noch einmal bei Ihnen entschuldigen. Wir hoffen, dass Sie einen angenehmen Flug hatten und freuen uns auf ein baldiges Wiedersehen. We would like to apologize you again for the delay. We hope that you had a pleasant flight.
290, Langen Radar, good morning. Fleet Income 1 Alpha, arrival expect as Yankee 25 right, descent flight level 110
Es ist jetzt
Ramp.
8:50 Uhr. Wir haben 68 Grad draußen. Bitte bleiben Sie mit angelegtem Sicherheitsgurt sitzen, bis das Flugzeug vollständig zum Stillstand gekommen ist und das Anschnallzeichen ausgeschaltet ist. Bitte stellen Sie sicher, dass Sie alle Ihre persönlichen Gegenstände bei sich haben.
Willkommen in Frankfurt, Taxi Gate Bravo 45, left on Papa November 11, hold short November.
Wir hoffen, Sie hatten einen angenehmen Flug und freuen uns, Sie bald wieder an Bord begrüßen zu dürfen.
Taxi to gate Bravo 45, taxi via left on Papa, Papa 4 and hold shoulder November for Lufthansa 250.
Negative via Papa, November 11, hold short November.
Okay, sorry, correction, Papa, November 11 and hold short on November for Lufthansa 250.
Lufthansa 8 November Lima, will grounding taxi gate Victor 176 via Mike 28, hold short to the center.
November Victor 176 via Mike 28, hold short, 25 center.
Lufthansa 3 Echo Tango identified 3600 feet camp.
Yeah, we was absolutely pointful.
Sunday 6, flight level 130, Lufthansa 3 Echo Tango.
Lufthansa 71 Mike Whiskey, wind variable von us, runway 18, clear for takeoff.
Runway 18, clear for takeoff, Lufthansa 71 Mike Whiskey Heavy.
Lufthansa Cargo 1726, set squawk 1000.
1000 set, Lufthansa Cargo 1726.
Merci, line up is wet, runway 18.
Line up and wait, runway 18, Lufthansa Cargo 1726.
Lufthansa 8 November Lima, cross runway 25 center, thereafter left on Lima, November 14, November.
Cross 25 center, thereafter Lima left November 14 and November.
Kuno 142, monitor advisory 122, definite, bye bye.
Switching to Unicom, vielen Dank für den Service, den noch einen schönen Samstag. Kuno 142, bye bye.
Danke dir. Lufthansa 71 Mike Whiskey identified 1000 feet, climb by set flight level 130.
Climb by set 130, Lufthansa 71 Mike Whiskey.
Lufthansa 3 Echo Tango, proceed direct to Boca.
Direct to Boca, Lufthansa 3 Echo Tango, thank you.
Lufthansa Cargo 1726, wind variable for north, runway 18, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 18, Lufthansa Cargo 1726.
Alright, okay, flight director, just can turn it off. And just can go also for XPDR.
Landräder, gute Lufthansa 148 and Bravo 24, requested orders and clearance to Malaga information Alpha.
Lufthansa 1148, Langen Morgen, cleared Malaga by Zebra 2 Lima departure, runway 18, inch climb 4000 feet, flight line route squawk 1357.
Approved, cleared to Malaga via the Zebra 2 Lima out of 18, climbing 4000, right of set, flight line route squawk 1357, Lufthansa 1148.
Lufthansa 1148, read back correct. Lufthansa 71 Mike Whiskey, proceed direct Zebra.
Proceed direct Zebra, Lufthansa 71 Mike Whiskey.
Lufthansa Cargo 1726 identified 1000 feet, climb by set flight level 110.
Flight level 110, Lufthansa Cargo 1726.
Lufthansa 3 Echo Tango, monitor advisory 122, that's mate, bye bye.
Advisory, thank you for your service, choose.
We are the correct.
General fire request passengers to London Heathrow information box.
Lufthansa 295, Langradar, good morning. Cleared to Heathrow by Boca 3 Mike departure, runway 25 center, English climb flight level 70, flight line route squawk 3571.
Alright, and then we can turn off the traffic. We just can leave it on, but VX radar we can turn off. We doesn't need that anymore.
Lufthansa 295, clear to Heathrow by Boca 3 Mike departure, runway 25 center, and climb flight level 70, flight land route scope 3571.
Cleared IFR to London Heathrow. Mobile 2 Mike departure, runway 25 center, initial climb 7000, squawk 3571, Lufthansa 295.
Lufthansa 295, feedback correct.
Yeah, I was a little bit in stress before, but everything looks back to normal here. Yeah, because, what is the rest?
Lufthansa 71 Mike Whiskey, Münster Advisory 122, das Met, bye.
Switch Unicom 1 to Disney 8, einen schönen Tag noch.
Dio, danke.
Let's see here, system. CDU. Yeah, we actually have 20 at the moment. Saved a lot of fuel because we had a scoot in the whole flight with a wonderful tailwind, and that saves a lot of fuel.
Feedback 290, can I have further descent, please?
Feedback 290, I will call you for further descent.
We'll go to 90.
Short in November. Oops, no, 111. Hold short in November.
Lufthansa 1726, manager advisory 122, das Met, bye bye.
Advisory 122, das Met, Lufthansa Cargo 176, danke, ciao.
Frankfurt approach till Lufthansa 350 will be holding shortly on November.
Lufthansa 350, sorry for that, totally forgot about you. Continue taxi by November 11, Lima, November 3, gate Bravo 45.
Taxi, continue taxi November 11, Lima, and Bravo 145 for Lufthansa 350, and it's absolutely okay.
Lufthansa 1148, request pushback.
Lufthansa 1148, push approved, area 2.
Push approved, area 2, 1148.
Silver 290, descend flight level 70.
Flight level 70 to 90.
All right. Um,
So the underside requesting pushback.
Lufthansa 295, pushback approved.
right.
Pushback of Lufthansa 295.
Okay, we can taxi via Lima.
Silver 290, descend 5000 feet, KNH 1014.
5000 feet, 1014 to 90.
Long radar day, Condor 086, Mike, radar check.
Condor 086, Mike, 325, Morgan.
Dankeschön. Und dann Condor 086, Mike, with information on Film Box requesting Alpha, Civil Price outside.
Condor 086, Mike, cleared Lima X-ray Golf Bravo via Nikki 2 Lima departure. Runway 18, inch clamp 4000 feet, flat and route squawk 0626.
Alright, good morning ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Frankfurt.
Alpha, Aniki to Lima departure, clamp busted 4000, squawk 0626. Condor 086, Mike.
Condor 086, Mike, read back correct, call me when ready for testing.
Will call.
Frankfurt Abram, Condor 2032, radio check.
Condor 2032, region 5, good day.
Condor 2032, information hotel, requesting ISR to Sao Paulo outside.
Condor 2032, clear to Sierra Bravo Golf Lima via Zobra 2 Lima departure, runway 18, inch clamp 4000 feet, flat and route squawk 1115.
Can you get runway 25 center for departure?
Condor 2032, Zobra 2 Lima.
But I'm asking if I can get 25 center for departure.
Lufthansa 2032, in that case, re-cleared by Zobra 1 Foxtrot out of runway 25 center, inch clamp 5000 feet.
Roger, cleared to Sao Paulo, Zobra 1 Foxtrot, departure, flight 1 route, initial climb 5000 feet, squawk 1115.
Condor 2032, read back correct. Silver 290, turn right heading 160.
Right heading 160 to 90.
Crazy how big the wingspan are. The 787.
Speedbird 290, turn right heading 220, K, that is Yankee 255.
Right 220, clear direct 25, right, weapon.
Thunder 1148 ready for taxi.
Lufthansa 1148, taxi to impact runway 18 by November 5 and November.
Runway 18 by November 5, Lufthansa 148.
Lufthansa 295 ready for taxi.
Lufthansa 295, taxi to impact runway 25 center via Lima 1.
Taxi to Lima 25 center via Lima 1, Lufthansa 295.
November 3. Yep. Alright, we have to go here to the left. Right, okay, I have to watch very carefully here. This is Bravo 45. I think the next one to our left. Let me check first.
Shipper 290, wind 30 degrees, 6 knots from mid 25 right to land.
Lieutenant 25 right speed, that's all.
We continue taxiing here. And then we're going to start the APU. Alright, okay, taxi light we can turn off. Yeah, we're on Bravo 45.
That's 295, holding 25 minutes.
Lufthansa 295, wind 30 degrees, 6 knots, runway 25 center, clear for takeoff.
5 center, clear for takeoff, Lufthansa 295.
Oh my goodness. Alright, okay, wonderful, perfect, wonderful flight actually. And come on, a little bit more further. Alright, okay. Yes, we stop here. Yeah. Perfect. Alright, parking brakes we're gonna set here. And we're gonna check here if the APU is running. APU is running, perfect. And then we just can actually turn off engine number 1, engine number 2. And then we just can turn off also all fuel pumps. It turns automatically to the left after fuel pumps are on. All the lights can go off. Usually you're gonna you leave the trim air on, but I also gonna turn it off.
Identified 1,800 feet, clamp
the iris can be going off position, we don't need mirror on auto. And yeah, primary you also gonna leave it on, but we're gonna turn it off, primary, and the rest looks okay. Emergency lights, we just can disarm it because we are not going to continue flying.
Ich wünsche Ihnen einen wunderbaren Tag. We have arrived at the gate. Please remember to take all your personal belongings with you.
Silver 290, welcome to Frankfurt. Taxi stand Victor 109er.
And the hydraulics can also go off.
11 Lima.
And then we can turn on external power left and right. The rest we're going to leave it on. Generator is set, cost, and cabin altitude is set. AP is running, battery is on, left and right, okay. Over panel is cross, check very quick, and that looks okay to me. Then we can also turn on off the traffic. We are here, wonderful. We have checked that the engine, we can do the full engine display, frost power is off, N1 is off, engine temperature, N2 is off, N3 is off, fuel, all pressure, all temperature, all quantity, and wipe are off. Everything is not running. And then we can do here the shutdown checklist. Hydraulic panel is set. And actually I doesn't need to look up in the, it is true, everything what is green I already set. Fuel pumps is off. Yeah. Shutdown and fuel pumps off, flaps up, and flaps up position. Flaps up, yep. And then the parking brakes is set, checked. Fuel control switches cut off. And weather radar is also off. Checked. Parking checklist, shutdown test checklist complete. The next thing will be secure, but we're gonna do that later. And yeah, and then we just can turn on. Connect the jetway.
Frankfurt ground DLH Papa Alpha, could you please connect the jetway to the aircraft?
And now we get the jetway. And then we are done here, ladies and gentlemen, after 6 hours and what was the flight? Good flight time. After 6 hours and 53 minutes flight time, I actually absolutely done here for today. Do a long haul flight. So we're gonna do after in the afternoon. We're gonna continue flying with. We're gonna do a short flight back from with the A320. We're gonna fly back from Frankfurt to my home airport Zurich, because yeah, this will be the next flight, but it's this flight will be only at yeah, I would say 1000 Zulu time, 1100 Zulu time, something like that, or maybe 1200 Zulu time. We will see, because I need some rest here. I need a break here because I was flying more than. Actually, I was flying more than 6 hours, so today I am actually done. So actually today I was flying actually 10 hours. As you can see, more than 10 hours, because before I was flying from... my first flight was actually from yesterday. I was flying yesterday from San Francisco to New York. That was also more than a 4 hour and 20 minutes flight. And then after a 6 hour, and then after I was flying from, after I fly from San Francisco to New York, which it was a 4 hour and 20 minutes flight. The next flight was then from New York here, right now here to Frankfurt. That was a 6 hours flight. So that is actually all in all 11 hours and 30 minutes flight. So this was over over my workload time, because usually I don't fly such a long time. Normally I fly direct 10 hours, but yeah, that was crazy. 11 hours. I like long haul flights, but yeah, I was 11 hours. My stream was actually, I was 11 hours active on the sky here today. So I was active to flying here more than 11 hours. This is crazy. Wow. And finally back, we are in Europe. Welcome once again in Frankfurt. Local time is 9:20 a.m. in the morning, and the weather looks very nice here. Only some few clouds and broken clouds so far I can see here with my eyes, but nothing else. The weather looks very nice. Also in my current place where I am living, we have a wonderful sun shining set here. So we have a beautiful weather when I look out of my window. And yeah, that was a wonderful fun flight. And I enjoy this flight a lot. I like the 787 so far so much. The only thing what I don't like is, yeah, the steering. I mean, the sensitivity of my yoke is absolutely a little bit too high here. So on my next flight with the 787, I have to first reset and calibrate my my flight control, because my flight control sensitivity is too high. As you can see, I had a very, you know, I could say, little bit, yeah, not an unstable landing, but it was a little bit, how can I say, a little bit rough landing. The plane was always a little bit go up and down, a little bit up and down, and this is because it's happening. It's not because I'm flying not incorrect. This is very hard. When I put the yoke down, the plane goes violently down, and when I put the yoke up, it goes violently up. It's very high. It's very hard to yeah, hard to do smooth correction with my flight controls. That's why I have to correct maybe the sensitivity. But yeah, all in all, the end, I was very happy with my landing. The landing was absolutely nice. Only the touchdown rate was, I think, a little bit high, but I can see it because I didn't activate. How the name on this app is again, how we call this app again. Well, yeah, Volanta. If I would turn on the Volanta, it shows me the landing rate, but I think it was over 200 feet per minute. Yeah, it was over minus 200 feet per minute, I guess, because I already saw that we actually a little bit had a hard landing. But this is also, it was a little bit all my fault because of the sensitivity of my steering. I was afraid if I put the yoke too much up, if I put too much flaring on my flight control, I was afraid that the plane do a bouncing and climb once again up. So that's why I was let the plane falling a little bit until I should actually already flare. So the reason it was I had a little bit of strong touchdown is because I flared a little bit too late out. And I also have to remind myself, this is a 787. This is not a 737. In the 737, I do always perfectly touchdown landing. In the most time, not all the time, but in the most time. But I have to remind myself, this is a 787, so the cockpit is much more higher, and you have the illusion that you are still 10 feet off the ground. But this is the illusion because the cockpit is so high, but you already only 5 feet on the ground, already almost touching the ground. So you all have to admit that the high cockpit is much more higher than smaller aircraft, just like an A320 or or a 737. So the cockpit is much more higher. It's just like a 787. It's almost just like a 747. Also in a 747, you have to always flare about 40 feet, much more earlier, in order to have this wonderful smooth butter landing, because you have the illusion that when it calls 40, 20, 10. And then you're still feeling you have you have some few feet off the ground, but you already touching the ground, because you have the illusion that the plane is actually still the gear are still up in the air, but it's almost touching the but in true it's almost touching the ground, because the cockpit is much more higher than usual than commercial aircraft or other aircraft. So yeah, the 787 is a beast here, absolutely monster, and it is a very elegant aircraft. I am so in love with this aircraft so far. I like to fly this aircraft. It was a wonderful approach flying. Everything was working fine, except I'm gonna explain you what the big issue that I have. It was this issue, and I have to figure it out first before I can get out of this flight, because this GPS alternate, it says GPS is on alt, and I don't know what the meaning of this, because this is I don't know if this is a software bug, because I can switch here, as you can see, from GPS alt back to local QNH. And I also could reset after we was actually on flight level 37 before, and I couldn't reset the QNH back to standard when I was still on the cruising altitude. I don't know what the heck is that. Maybe that can be a bug or something, because usually that I know the 787 did that never before. This is the first time that I had this problem. I have to figure it out if that is maybe a failure, or because regularly it's in every aircraft almost. When you play standard, it goes to standard. If you put you regulate here, you can switch to local QNH, and then when you click then once again standard, it switches from standard to local QNH, where you actually dial here in. But it didn't react in the whole flight. You see, when I switch standard, or when I regulate here the regulate button here, it doesn't actually do any changes here, and that is normally not existing also in real aircraft, because I know this shouldn't be existing. This is I think this is a bug. I have to figure it out what it was, or also maybe I put the wrong button on the on the FMS, or on the MCDU, you can call it. But actually, MCDU you only call it on Airbus, but on Boeing you call it FMS. Maybe I put the wrong button on the flight management computer, and then the system have a problem to recognize between standard and local QNH. So anyway, I have to figure it out before I can get off into learning if that is a problem or a software bug, in order to know for my next flight, because I can't fly like this when I have this issue with my QNH setting here, because it was very crazy. But the good thing is we had exactly because of that reason, exactly for that failure, if you have a failure on your primary display with your QNH, that's why you have also in the middle console you have a small also here a third QNH. You also have here a secondary QNH, or you can call it you have a secondary QNH here, or third QNH display. In order, when this is failure here, you always can also rely on yourself on this display, because you can see here this QNH resetting still works. And I was totally flying on this altitude. Even also in real life, when the primary flight display or the altitude on the primary flight display is failing and have a failure, you can also always rely on this. That's why we have. That's why it's very important that every aircraft have a third small PDF display. So if you have a display failure over here, you can still fly on this one. It was actually a really nice flight, but so far only because of except that problem, it was a little bit terrible. And also, what I didn't like is, yeah, the FMS is also do something very weird stuff when I reset here the legs, or when I sometimes do resetting here. Sometimes the FMS here didn't react my command when I put, for one example, when I put Delta Foxtrot 15 here, he didn't change or react, you know, and because of that I was so confusing to reset the standard arrival, and that's why I said to the controller I didn't have time to reset all the things, you know, because I was only in a very low altitude, about I think 18,000 feet, and it was almost for me, yeah, very stressful to actually reset the standard arrival, because normally it's not a problem for me to reset the standard arrival in a short time, because the only thing what you have to do in real life is to go to hit departure and arrival and change here the SID and just click. You don't have to delete all the previous standard arrival waypoints that I did before. Then the reason why I did this before, this yeah, you can say stupidity technique, is because in the simulator, sometimes the FMS doesn't react, sometimes it doesn't delete the old waypoint of the previous standard arrival when I just do the normal and quick way. For one example, when sometimes it didn't delete the old waypoint of the standard arrival when I go just over here on the departure arrival page and set the new standard arrival. But that shouldn't be existing, because normally you doesn't have, and that's why I was actually delete first all waypoints until to a certain amount of waypoint, and then I reset here the standard arrival on the departure and arrival page. But usually you doesn't have to do that. You can go straight ahead and set a new standard arrival, and then he will delete automatically the old waypoints of the old standard arrival. But I know, because I had that on other Boeings on the sim, that when you do that, sometimes he didn't, when you put a new standard arrival, sometimes he didn't delete the old waypoints, and that's why I was going to do everything manual, delete all the waypoint until to a certain point, and then I actually reset then the standard arrival. That was the reason why I did that, and that's why I was so much in stress because of the timing. But usually the controller wasn't right. You should have time to reset the SID, or the standard arrival, because it's very easy. It's just like a second thing where you have to do. You just click here, go to arrival, and then enter your you set your new approach runway, and then your new star, and then actually you're gonna hit the transition also for your approach, and then you're gonna click execute, and then it's already done. To reset, then the FMS reset automatically and kill all the old waypoints out absolutely automatically. But I was afraid that the MCDU or the FMS, sorry, doesn't do that, and that's why I did everything on manual, and that's why I was so much in hurry and stress. And that's the reason why I told the controller I don't have time to reset a new standard arrival. But that was actually a lie. It was not a lie. I was stressful that I can make it in at the same time in order to reset the standard arrival and fly the plane and landing in a correct way. You know, landing and follow the correct standard arrival. But yeah, and in end, we made it. And after a while, you saw that everything is reset correctly, and then everything was much more relaxing when I reset correctly the standard arrival, and then everything was back to normal, and yeah, much more enjoyable. Yeah, that was perfectly well. That flight, I absolutely enjoyed it. And yeah, welcome once again in Frankfurt. Local time once again is right now 9:33 a.m. in the morning. And we can also do outside look. Do we set shocks actually? Yeah, I don't think so. And oh yeah, of course, we just can deboard the passengers. And I request baggage service.
Frankfurt ground DLH Papa Alpha, could you please send the baggage? DLH Papa Alpha baggage is on the way.
And there is coming the baggage, and yeah, then we just can go. But he actually does load the cargo, but he doesn't deload the cargo, because that is the problem. This is a default version of cargo animation. I have to buy maybe next time for the 787. I don't know. Maybe there is a free tool to have much more professional and realistic, or to have other much more professional animation of the cargo loading and deloading. That's why you can using GSX also for that. Yeah, I would say let's go over here and go to weight and balance, because also the 787 doesn't have an automatically deboarding and boarding system, or it also doesn't have a real-time boarding system, because it doesn't have the integrated deboarding and boarding system just like the A320 Phoenix or the A320 from Fly-by-Wire. Fly-by-Wire have a very good tool, integrated tool. It actually deboard and board the plane in real time and in a realistic way. But from here I have to only, because this plane doesn't support integrated real-time realistic boarding and deboarding, so I have to do, what we have to do is go to over here and switch the payload to left to 0, and then the plane is actually instantly deboarding. And so as you can see, no 0 pilots on board, no business class, no premium, and yeah, the passengers are out. And then we just can go here on, yeah, we just made it, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again. We just can also watch the beautiful airport Frankfurt. I enjoy the flight to Frankfurt, because I actually, yeah, the only what I want to say is I was a little bit complaining about it, because I was very excited. I wanted to land on runway 07 left, but instead that the tower gave us runway 25 right, because the wind direction changed, because you always, as a pilot, you have to land into the wind, not with tailwind. You never go, yeah, only in some circumstances when the tower allows that, you can also land with tailwind, but in the most of the time, this is a rule, you're always gonna fly into the wind. And that's why, because the wind direction was changed, because before, from the UFP, it says the weather was good for runway runway 7 left, but then after, yeah, he says the wind direction was changing, and then we have to go for runway 25 right. The tower told us that, and that's why I was a little bit sad. But it's the same runway, but just from a different from another side, opposite side, from another side, from another direction. But yeah, it was a fun flight. Absolutely enjoy Frankfurt, and we can watch 360 shot around the beautiful airport. And this is a default version, and I must say I'm using the premium deluxe version for the for the flight simulator. and it looks actually for default airport it looks not it looks really good. It looks absolutely. I'm very happy with this the ground texture with the trees looks very nice, and yeah, the airport looks really. I'm so happy. I love Frankfurt, to fly in Frankfurt. That was a wonderful flight. Oh, look at there. There's also a plane who actually arrived. Also 25 right. And I guess the tower is getting offline. Yeah, there's our aircraft. He lands also 25 right. So we have Frankfurt approach 120.805 is still online, and we also have right now we also have the I think a Frankfurt Center. Could that be? Oh no, wait, this is Langen radar. Yeah, it's still early in the morning. We have Saturday, actually wonderful. Yeah, once again, welcome to Frankfurt. It's Saturday morning at 9:39 a.m. and it looks like it's not a lot of traffic here in the center. In the middle of the heart of European, in the middle of the European, middle Europe, we can actually see there is not a lot of traffic. But wait until in the evening. In the evening, the whole map is completely full here. And yeah, once again, this was a nice flight. I was absolutely enjoyable. And yeah, I would say we are getting out for today. Yeah, just gonna disconnect on VATSIM soon, and I hear another aircraft who actually taxiing here. Yeah, this looks like an A320, and it looks really weird. His nose is for actually almost 20 degrees angled to down. It looks like yeah. It looks like he's taxiing with the nose. The nose is almost hits the ground. He has also nose strike here. Yeah, but this is because this is a bug, because this is scenery reloading problem, because I fly on private VATSIM. But that can also be because he fly maybe on X plane, and yeah, the plane is not actually correctly set up with the with the ground elevation or something like that. That's why we have this weird view. But or can be also bug here. But he actually taxi normal. It's just because of the reloading scenery problem or something. Yeah, and it looks really nice. Sorry, I enjoy myself Frankfurt because I fly more than 10 hours today. Actually, from yesterday to until today, I was flying more than 11 hours. So I enjoy myself before I get out of here, and enjoy one more time the beautiful view in Frankfurt. And let me check here if I get... Oh. just can delete London controller. We can delete Frankfurt. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen, for today. Yeah, the airport Frankfurt main looks so good, absolutely so good. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting out for today. I will actually, yeah, that was it for today. And actually, it is not it for today. We're gonna do one more live stream flight, but in only a couple of hours because I need my rest one more time. I will do cut here the stream, and when we're gonna see us in 1 p.m. in the afternoon or 2 p.m. in the afternoon. Because I need my rest here, my rest of sleeping, because I didn't sleep a lot. I only sleep 2 or 3 hours, something like that. I'm not gonna go to sleep, but I actually go a little bit for a nap, for a rest here. And yeah, we're gonna see us in a couple of hours. I will inform you soon enough with more further flight information. And yeah, for a while, for now, I will cut the stream, and we're gonna see us later. Thank you for all this, for all you guys, and thank you also. I think Rodriguez was your name. Thank you very much that that also you came into my channel and say hi. And thank you very much that the Swiss 17 Kilo is getting into my channel and say hi. It was really it actually already appreciated, and yeah, it was absolutely phenomenal. It was absolutely a nice flight, and. Yeah, we're gonna see us in a couple of hours. Thank you one more time, once again, for all these people who came into my channel and check it out. I can say enough how much I appreciate it. And yeah, we're gonna see us forward in a couple of hours. We'll re-streaming, but for now it's done here. And I would say enjoy the rest of the day, and we're gonna see us later. Cheers, bye bye.